mewakili seluruh kecintaan kita terhadap Indonesia. Berdoa mulai. Indonesia merdeka!
Selamat datang di Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan Universitas Islam Negeri Walisongo Semarang.
Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training of UIN Walisongo Semarang is one of the most favorite faculty. This faculty was born right along the establishment of UIN Walisongo Semarang in 1970. As an almost half-century faculty, Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training has involved in the shaping of teachers with intelligence, moderation, and nobility, as well as equipped with competitive skill strength in the unity of science.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan merupakan salah satu fakultas di Universitas Islam Negeri Walisongo Semarang. Menjadi guru yang profesional adalah sebuah harapan sekaligus tuntutan. Fakultas ini hadir untuk menyiapkan calon tenaga pendidik dan pendidikan yang profesional, milenial, dan berkarakter dengan berbasis pada persatuan ilmu dalam membangun kemanusiaan dan peradaban.
In the creation of smart and green campus, FITK UIN Walisongo has committed to become a green, modern, and competitive faculty. This faculty has a vision of becoming an excellent Islamic teaching model in Asia for 2030. To achieve it, the faculty has built a various network with the agencies at home and abroad. There are 6 bachelor degrees and 2 master degrees. There are Bachelor of Islamic Education, Bachelor of Arabic Education, Bachelor of English Education, Bachelor of Teacher Education Madrasah Ibtidaiyah, Bachelor of Early Childhood Islamic Education, Master of Islamic Education Program, Master of Islamic Education Management. FITK is fully equipped with modern facilities. Administration Building, Lecture Buildings, Smart Classroom, Library, Micro-Teaching Laboratory, Language Laboratory, Laboratory for Study Program, Computer Laboratory, Gazebo, Sport Facilities, Mosque, Academic Information System, E-Learning System, Auditorium, and integrated parking lot.
Lembaga mahasiswa menjadi lembaga yang mandiri dan revolusioner dari segi aktivitas organisasi atau kegiatan-kegiatan yang fokus kepada pendidikan.
Karena lembaga organisasi mahasiswa merupakan sarana terbaik untuk belajar kepemimpinan di lingkungan kampus dan menciptakan kaum intelektual yang berbudaya moral, kritis, dan kepekaan sosial.
สวัสดีค่ะดิฉันชื่อมิสคอเรียปอซาดิฉันมาจากประเทศไทยค่ะดิฉันรู้สึกดีใจที่ได้เรียนที่นี่เพราะที่นี่เป็นมหาลัยที่มีประสิทธิภาพสูงและมีคณะอาจารย์ที่เก่งๆในทุกด้านและดิฉันมีเพื่อนๆที่คอยช่วยเหลือในทุกๆเรื่องทุกๆปัญหาค่ะ
Perkenalkan, nama saya Mr. Abdullah Kari. Saya berasal dari Patani, Thailand. Saya mahasiswa jurusan Pendidikan Agama Islam, Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan, UIN Walisongo Semarang. Saya senang kuliah di sini karena fasilitasnya lengkap, serta dosennya profesional, dan teman-teman mahasiswa juga ramah.
Mari bergabung bersama kami di Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan Universitas Islam Negeri Walisongo Semarang. Jaya! FITK! Jaya! FITK! Jaya! Suara benda FITK, weekend!
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon start at 1 p.m. Please, before we start, I would like to remind everyone to turn off their microphones along the opening ceremony. We will soon start at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Cek. Cek 1 2 3 dicoba. Cek 3 2 1. Cek 1 2 3. Cek. Tes 1 2 3.
How about it for Jay Williams on the drums right over there? It's called I'm Waiting for You. Hope you enjoy.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the virtual international conference State University Walisongo Semarang with the theme Education in the Era of COVID-19 Pandemic. I'm your host, Vina dari Suraya, and I'm very happy to be able to meet all participants from around the world, even though only virtually. It is an honor to me to inform you that among us we have the Honorable Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Ali Ramdhani, Director General of Islamic Higher Education, His Excellency Rector of State Islamic University Walisongo Semarang, Professor Dr. Imam Taufik MAG, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training UIN Walisongo Semarang, Dr. Liv Anis Maksumah MAG, the Honorable Vice Deans of Faculty Tarbiyah and Teacher Training UIN Walisongo Semarang. For the first day of the virtual conference, we will have an opening ceremony, keynote speaker presentation, and plenary session 1A. Now, please allow me to read the rundown for the opening ceremony. First, singing the national anthem of Indonesia. Second, the opening report speech from the Dean of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training UIN Walisongo Semarang. Third, the opening speech from Rector of State Islamic University Walisongo Semarang. And the last one is closing and photo session. Without further ado, let we start by singing the anthem of Indonesia. Indonesia Raya. For all the participants, please raise. All guests, please be seated. Thank you. Next, please welcome the Dean of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training UIN Walisongo to give us the opening report speech. For Dr. Liv Anis Maksumah MAG, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain amma ba'd. The Honorable Directorate General of Islamic Higher Education, Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Haji Muhammad Ali Ramdhani, STPMT, Rector of Walisongo State Islamic University Semarang, Profesor Dr. Haji Imam Taufik MAG, the Chairman at university level, Vice Rector and Deans of Faculties, the Head at Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Walisongo State Islamic University Semarang, Speaker of Virtual International Conference, Professor and all participants of Virtual International Conference. First of all, let us praise to the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessing, we are able to attend the Virtual International Conference today. Secondly, my salawat and salam be upon the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the dark into the bright era. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we are opening a Virtual International Conference 2020, which is organized by the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Walisongo State Islamic University Semarang. The conference raises the issue of education in the era of post-COVID-19 pandemic as a theme, which I think is very interesting to be discussed. The theme departs from the current world disaster, namely the COVID-19 pandemic, which affects not only globally, but also nationally in the country since March 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, the massive spread of the coronavirus in various countries show a clear evidence that the world is currently changing in all fields, including in the fields of technology, economy, politics, and also education. And for a university, this change forces us to always be ready and responsive creatively and innovatively, as well as always learn new things by transforming our world of education. This is one of the reasons why this conference takes place, so that we can continue learning from the experts and teachers around the world. This conference is an academic forum for educators and researchers from various countries to present and discuss the result of research or studies in various subthemes, such as education in general, curriculum, educational technology, educational management, English linguistic, religious and social studies, religious and science studies, etc. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, please allow me to report to the Honorable Rector of Walisongo State Islamic University Semarang that the Virtual International Conference is held for 3 days, from Wednesday to Friday, 23rd until 25th on September 2020. And this conference is attended by more than 1,000 participants from various backgrounds, lecturers, teachers, students, and other academic communities. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very honored and proud that this virtual international conference is very special because it is participated by experts from 21 different countries in the world, such as Professor Ali Kaura from Mansoura University, Egypt, George Enrique Delgado, PhD from School of Education, University of Pittsburgh, USA, Professor Roy Anderson from Principal of Kingston College, Lahore, Pakistan, Professor Ronnie Figure from Universidad Europe, Portugal, and also Professor Dr. Haji Abdurrahman Masud MA from Indonesia. It is also pleased to say that at the end of their virtual international conference, inshallah next Friday evening, the Indonesian Museum of Record or MURI would give a record award under the category of activity with the most speakers from different countries. The presence of speakers from 21 different countries cannot be separated from the help of the Share to Care volunteers team under the coordination of Bapak Dr. Andi Asrifan MPD and Ibu Dr. Nina, which has managed and organized a network with volunteer team from various countries. Therefore, we would like to express our appreciations and reiterate our deep gratitude to Bapak Dr. Andi Asrifan MPD and Ibu Dr. Nina and all the team. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next we would like to say a few things. First, we would express our deepest gratitude to Directorate General of Islamic Higher Education, Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Profesor Dr. Haji Muhammad Ali Ramdhani STP MT, who would give a keynote speech in this virtual international conference. Next, we would also express our deepest gratitude to all speakers for sharing their thoughts, expertise, and experience in this virtual international conference. And also, we would like to appreciate the organizing committee for their utmost work and support, namely the English Education Department, including Ibu Sayyidatul Fadilah, Ibu Nurna Muskiawati, Ibu Mariam, Pak Agus Prayogo, Ibu Atika, and other team members that I cannot mention each of them. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we would like to convey our sincere request to the Honorable Rector of Walisongo State Islamic University Semarang, Bapak Profesor Dr. Haji Imam Taufik MAG, to give a speech and officially open this virtual international conference today. And thank you. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Liv Anis Maksuma. Thank you, Dr. Liv Anis Maksuma. Continuing, please welcome the opening remark from the Rector of State Islamic University Walisongo Semarang for Professor Dr. Imam Taufik MAG. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, tsumma alhamdulillah. La haula wa la quwata illa billah. Amma ba'd. The Honorable Director General of Islamic Education, Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Ramdhani, the Honorable Vice Rectors, the Dean, icon, is the symbol, and also this is the program to make higher and high how the UIN Walisongo give contribution in the world in the aspect of dissemination of the peace, tolerance, and also moderation. Honorable speaker, participant, and also ladies and gentlemen, to hold the virtual international conference, it is in the education and also teaching training faculty. I think this is truly, I am as a leader and as a rector truly appreciate of this effort. I should be motivation for bringing up the greater improvement in the rest area, in the other area, and also the other aspect of the development of our university. Considering this current global pandemic situation, I think the virtual international conference today is very, very relevant and important in teaching and education area. I do hope this conference will generate ideas and participate and also give another perspective how to strengthen, how to make improve the role of higher education in creating insight and also creating innovation, in changing the research and also lecture in publication and international writing, and also to support national and global development. To the end of the speech, I think I will quote one of the saying of the Prophet Muhammad about the importance of the seeing knowledge and also education that's mentioned and recited in the hadith by Muslim. Man salaka tariqan yaltamisu fihi ilman sahalallahu lahu bihi tariqan ila jannah. For him who follow the path for seeking knowledge, I think Allah will see from them the path of the paradise. We hope all of the participants give some idea and also knowledge and also time and space to make this forum many an activity that make bigger and also give contribution to the world, to the global community. On behalf of Universitas Islam Negeri Walisongo Semarang, I am rector of UIN Walisongo Semarang, officially declare and open this event by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I hope we can enjoy the virtual international conference and hope have a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Kesepian memutar tasbih. Cukup sekian. Terima kasih. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
There will be photo session. For all the participants, please turn on your camera. One, two, three. Next. One, two, smile everyone. Again, one, two, smile. Next, one, two, three. Please be sure that all the cameras are on. Thank you. That's the end of the opening ceremony. The next event will be keynote speaker presentations by Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Ali Ramdhani, STP, MT, Directorate General of Islamic Higher Education. For further information, please refer to the pamphlet as all the schedule has been posted. For those who have questions, the Zoom chat box is available. We will start the plenary session at 2 p.m. Jakarta time. That's all from me. Thank you very much for your company. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The next agenda will be keynote presentation from Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Ali Ramdhani, STP MT, Directorate General of Islamic Higher Education. For this part, please welcome Agus Mutohar, PhD, as the moderator. Mr. Agus Mutohar, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the virtual international conference, Walisongo State Islamic University, Semarang, Indonesia. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Agus Mutohar, and I'm from the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Walisongo State Islamic University, Semarang. And I'm going to be hosting this presentation today, and I'm glad to welcome number one speaker, Professor Dr. Ali Ramdhani, STP MT, the Directorate General of Islamic Higher Education, Ministry of Religious Affairs, Indonesia. And the second one, I'd like to welcome Professor Dr. Abdurrahman Mas'ud, PhD, our very own professor from Walisongo State Islamic University, and also the former Chief of Research, Development and Training Agency, Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic Indonesia. And Professor Abdurrahman Mas'ud is, for some of you who might not know, he's very authoritative and very well-known scholar in the area of Islamic education in Indonesia. And the third speaker for today will be Mr. Jim Baker from St. Paul Catholic Voluntary Academy, Lincoln, United Kingdom. And the fourth one will be Professor Ali Kora, the professor of Mansoura University in Egypt. And the fourth one will be Judy Thomas, the CEO from Trading DMCC Dubai. And the next speaker will be Dr. Ronnie Figur, professor at School of Business and Social Sciences, Universidade Europea, Portugal, with the title of presentation, Spinner Innovation Model, the New Approach for Business Growth. And the seventh speaker will be from Iraq, Mr. Muhammad Abdul Karim. He is the senior lecturer in Public Administration Department, Cihan University in Iraq. And for the eighth presentation will be Dr. Joshi from Kathmandu University School of Education, Nepal. And first of all, let's welcome our first speaker, Professor Dr. Ali Ramdhani, STP MT, from the Directorate General of Islamic Higher Education, Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic Indonesia. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Rektor UIN Walisongo Semarang, para Wakil Rektor, para Dekan, Wakil Dekan, Direktur Pasca Sarjana, Wakil Direktur Pasca Sarjana, para tamu undangan yang berbahagia. Pada hari ini sungguh saya berbahagia bisa bersama Ibu dan Bapak walaupun dalam suasana virtual untuk menyampaikan short speech pada sebuah agenda akademik yang bermakna, The Virtual International Conference 2020 yang berjudul Education in the Era of Post-COVID-19 Pandemic. Saya ingin menyapa pada seluruh pembicara, para speaker, para partisipan dengan salam hangat. Selamat datang di Indonesia, di sebuah negara yang indah, yang suka dengan kedamaian. Dan tentu saja masyarakatnya adalah masyarakat yang ramah. Berbicara tentang konsep-konsep yang dibahas pada International Conference ini, bicara tentang hal-hal yang berkaitan dengan proses pendidikan pasca era pandemi COVID-19, ini adalah sesuatu hal yang mengagetkan pada kita semua, karena beberapa tahun terakhir ini Indonesia telah menyiapkan berbagai hal untuk meningkatkan kapasitas proses pengembangan keilmuan, proses pengajaran yang baik. Tetapi pada hari ini kita dikagetkan dengan hadirnya pandemi yang membuat segala sesuatunya, pola pikir kita itu berubah secara drastis. Kesimpulan yang bisa diperoleh sebagai kesimpulan sementara di dalam pengembangan proses pendidikan, termasuk di dalamnya pendidikan Islam, adalah daya dukung, daya dorong dari teknologi sebagai bagian pusaran penting di dalam proses pendidikan. Hal yang substantif saya kira di dalam injeksi dunia-dunia digital pada proses pendidikan adalah membangun budaya digital. Saya berharap konferensi ini akan melahirkan rumusan-rumusan penting tentang metode, cara, termasuk model-model evaluasi di dalam proses pembelajaran pasca era COVID-19 ini. Saya ucapkan selamat bermusyawarah, selamat bertukar pikiran, dan kami menunggu karya-karya monumental, karya-karya fundamental untuk membangun proses pendidikan Islam yang lebih baik di Republik ini. Demikian, terima kasih atas perhatiannya, mohon maaf atas hal-hal yang kurang berkenan. Allahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Professor Ariel Lamdani from the Directorate General of Islamic Higher Education, Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. For the next presentation will be from Professor Dr. Abdurrahman Mas'ud with the title Longing for Ideal Learning Model in Indonesian Islamic Education. Professor Abdurrahman Mas'ud, time is yours.
Yes, share screen. Will you allow me to share screen, please? Panitia mohon diizinkan untuk share screen.
Yes, we are working on it, Prof.
Sudah saya siapkan dari sini share screen.
Okay, Prof, it's done.
Mohon share screen ya.
Okay, it's done.
Ya. Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Excellencies, Rectors, and the Director General of Islamic Education, ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy, alhamdulillah, to be here with you all. And please allow me to do my share screen, my presentation over here. I believe that I have 15 or 20 minutes to speak, so I'd like to make it like the time allowed for me. First, allow me to introduce myself. I was a former head of research and development and training agency, Ministry of Religious Affairs of Republic of Indonesia, until March this year, 2020. And then, alhamdulillah, I am glad I am back to be a professor of UIN here at Walisongo Semarang, although I still stay in Jakarta right now. That's my short introduction. And I used to be a Fulbrighter when I finished my MA, my PhD at UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles, and I finished my PhD with Fulbright at 1997.
Excuse me, Professor Abdurrahman Masud, would you please do the slideshow for us?
Yeah, this is the screen.
No, the full slideshow, Prof.
Oh, yeah, we'll do that.
So we can see it clearly. Okay, that's
better. Is it okay now? Okay, good. Thank you, Pak Agus. Yeah. So this is my picture in general, some still in Indonesian language. Okay. So I am very lucky that I got 4 times award from the Fulbright for my master's, my PhD, my postdoc, and also teaching experience. I was teaching in the US under the program of direct access to the Muslim world. This was in 2004 at the time. And I was teaching at Catholic University, which is at Rhode Island. Rhode Island, very beautiful city at the time. Okay, let me do the next one. First, I would like to quote from the Holy Quran, which is very popular for the Muslim. This verse, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Iqra' bismi rabbikal ladzi khalaq, khalaqal insana min 'alaq. Iqra' wa rabbukal akramul ladzi 'allama bil qalam, 'allamal insana ma lam ya'lam. Al-ayah. I think most Muslims are familiar with this verse, and we can understand because this is the first revelation. So every Muslim is familiar with this one, with this verse. Yeah. And this verse stress or emphasize the importance of reading, the importance of writing, which is about literacy. So literacy is very important one for Muslim, normatively and also historically. And to make it more clear, we can read this exegesis, the interpretation from the message of the Quran, which is a rational exposition of the Quran, written by Muhammad Asad. The explanation is like this. The pen is used as symbol for the arts of writing, or more specifically, for all knowledge recorded by means of writing. And this explains the symbolic sound read. So reading, Iqra, is very important. And this shown at the beginning of the verse. Yeah. Also, man's unique ability to transmit by means of written record about his thought, experience, and insight from individual to individual, from generation to generation, and from one cultural environment to another, in those all human being partakes, in one way or another, mankind continues accumulation of knowledge. Man is spoken of being taught by God, thing which the single individual doesn't, of course, and indeed can't know by himself. So we are all taught by God. Yeah. This is again the importance of Iqra, the importance of reading, the importance of writing with the guidance from the God. This is very clear, and this is the first revelation from God. That's every Muslim knows this. Okay. And then after the normative things, I would like to share the problems of the Ummah, which is mostly faced by the Muslim all over the world. there is the backwardness of Ummah, the weakness of Ummah, the intellectual stagnation of Ummah. And I would like to focus on number 3, which is lectures and student will be focused based on my teaching experience. And I'm glad I have big experience in teaching here in Indonesia and also abroad. But I would like to focus on the situation in Indonesia mostly, because I am teaching at many universities in Indonesia. So this is based on my own experience, based on my own observation. That's what I would like to stress at this presentation now and later on. And also we have the problem of number 4, absence of ijtihad in the Ummah, but the creativity, the absence of cultural progress, and also the Ummah losing touch with the basic norm of Islamic civilization. This is some or many problems faced by the Ummah, but again, I would like to narrow my presentation on number 3, which is about the teachers and students, lecturers like us and students, and also teacher at public school and Islamic school and students. First, I would like to present the lecture problem that I find in my field, in my classroom. And this has been a long time because I have more than 15 years experience in teaching. So mostly teaching is seen as a routine in life that has been mechanistics, no challenge. So there is no challenge for teachers, there is no challenge for lecturers. Challenge both from within and outside that require additional thought, efforts, and innovation as well. So mainly reluctance here, mainly due to laziness factor. So one problem is the laziness factor. Then number 2, this is the main problem too, also teacher oriented in the process, in the learning process. And this emphasizes the more active role of the lecturer. Although this is old fashion, of course. The new fashion is not like this, but still some problem like this we found in the field. And then students' problems. Mostly, we find students, they are not showing the ability to work independently. So independent learning is very rare in the field that I find so far. So there is little to find independent students. Mostly they are very dependent students. As a consequence of this, so there is being passive in the classroom. And also, of course, this must be different at this academic, pandemic period must be changing right now. So I can compare, unlike the learning tradition in the West, where I learned there more than 7 years, especially in the US, students are required to be diligent questioning, even to their professors by themselves. In Indonesia, many questions could be categorized as su'ul adab or implied. Yeah. Again, this is old fashion that should be changing. So more questions to teachers or more questions to lecturers considers not good or implied. Also another problem, not accustomed to seek or collect information or data. Yeah. So they mostly only from teachers. Students generally on the wait until the teachers convey the material and the information. Students are not having analytical skill to face and solve problems. So problem solving is a very big problems at our education actually. So there is no problem solvers at our education mostly. That's why the next problem, difficulties to express thought, orally or in written, especially when the students are faced with open-ended questions. So why question is very difficult for students? They're very difficult to express their argument, both orally and in writing. So again, our education is not why-oriented education. Mostly the education is what-oriented education, which is the accumulation of knowledge, the importance of memorization. So we still have the problem of muhafadah or memorization. Belajar menghafal, itu one of our problems. So in general, the conclusion of the problem of our student is this. There is problem of politeness, I should say, or many white lies. In Japanese language, we call ewuh pakewuh. There is problem at our academic atmosphere. Or we can say politeness is more dominant than directness. Of course, on campus, we need more directness than politeness. So I should quote from philosophers in the 19th century. I have this book, The Great Danger. This also happened in the world of Islamic education. This is the word. Stressing the importance of common sense, stressing the importance of rationality, the again, sound common sense. So if there is no sound common sense, mankind have long ago would perish. So this is our responsibility, how to maintain, how to keep our common sense. And of course, university has a very important role in improving our rationality, our sound common sense. So how to change the situation? At least some points need to be stressed here. First is developing academic skill is learning attitude that must be pursued in a comprehensive, integrated, continuous, and consistent for lecturers and students. So again, this is the importance role of teachers and students, the important roles of professors and students, lecturers. Okay. Also making the library as a learning center for both lecturers and students, so that the library and its best service should become the best motivating place for academia. So here is library as the heart of learning center with the attitude of loving books. Of course, now library can be moved to our house, can be moved to our computers, and we can say now it's moving library. So the important thing is how to make library everywhere in our life. And at the end of this presentation, I also changed from the Quran, the important ayat too. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Inna Allah la yughayyiru ma biqawmin hatta yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim. That God doesn't change man's condition unless they change their inner self. And the interpretation is like this. This is an illustration of the divine law of cause and effects. So this is Sunnatullah, which dominate the lives of both individual and communities and make the rise and fall of civilization dependent on people's moral qualities and the change in inner selves. So again, this is about Tagoyur, about the importance of human resources who develop themselves, who change themselves. And we know the main actors is, of course, the lecturers and the student should be. Also, I have my own quotation, sorry, in Indonesian language, but this stress the importance of teachers, the importance of professors, the importance of lecturers. Who are they? The ideal professors is those who become a model. They are model who can produce students who loves reading. They mix reading as their habits, are also studying, learning as their habits, and they have a spirit of inquiry. In ta'alimul mutalim, the hirsun fi talabul ilmi, the spirit of inquiry. So this is independent learner. So last one, my own quote. At this period, in this post-COVID-19 period, the illiteracy and indifference among teachers and students in developing their potential seems more dangerous than the pandemic itself. So here I have to finish my speech. Thank you very much for all your attention and your cooperation. Wallahu wali taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much. Mr. Agus, back to you. Mr. Moderator, now time is yours. Hello, moderator, Mr. Agus. Now it's up to you to continue our dialogues, our discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Abdurrahman Masoud, for such enlightening speech. So, Professor Abdurrahman Masoud.
Thank you. Okay. Shall I answer now? Okay. I think the main point to solve this problem is, again, the main roles of teachers and students. So there should be an affirmative action program to teachers and to students. So our budget allocation, for example, should be more spent to our teachers and our students, not only buildings, not only physical thing, but how to feed their mind, how to feed students' mind, how to feed teachers and lecturers' mind. As I did when I was becoming a director of higher education at the time, I give some opportunities to even private university students to go abroad. They went to Europe, they went to China, and they went to the US to do some benchmarking, to do some comparative study. And then when they go back, they have some experience and skill, and they can do better at their campus. So again, I think the most important thing is how to have more rules on students and on teachers, on professors, and give more facilities and motivation to their academic lives. There should be do comprehensively, consistently, and everybody should do that. This is what I have in mind, Pak Agus, and then I get back to you. I'm sorry again, can you repeat it? Yeah, exactly, with many programs. So not only one activity, so many activities facilitate and motivate, and of course inspiring their creativity, students and teachers' activity at the same time. And actually we can do that now because we are at the epidemic period, which necessitate their rules, their important rules. Yeah. So we need more rules from students and for teachers at this period actually, either online and offline. Yeah. And we know that now some facilitation is there actually. But we have to make sure that this solving should be there. Yeah, there should be a problem solving, which give more rules for independent learning, for independent studying at our activity. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, sure. For pesantren, we know that pesantren is, we call it, there is one dissertation written by American professor, which is my colleague, Professor Ron Lucanspool. His dissertation is called Peaceful Jihad. So if we are talking about peaceful jihad, we're talking about smiling Islam. So that's pesantren. Islamic boarding school in Indonesia is once again a peaceful jihad and also smiling Islam. And we know from history how pesantren function for intellectualization, how pesantren maintain knowledge in Indonesia. There is continuation from the beginning, which back to at least from the 14th, 15th century. So we can say that we have in Indonesia, we have global model, international model is the Prophet Muhammad SAW. But also we have a domestic model. Domestic model is Walisongo, and we know Walisongo, or the Nine Saints, is the forefathers of pesantren tradition. So the forefathers of pesantren tradition is Walisongo, which is the name of this UIN, actually, the name of this Islamic university. It is Walisongo, Nine Saints. So 9 ulama, very important figures at the 15th, 16th century. So they are, again, the forefathers of pesantren tradition, and they have very big role in the preservation of Islamic knowledge in Indonesia, but also their role in the da'wah. And the da'wah is Islamic da'wah, Islamic transmission. And you know the da'wah, or Islamic promulgation, is not only through word, but also through action. Dakwah bil maqal and dakwah bil hal. And if we talk about dakwah bil hal, it is dakwah in works, in action. So not only word, but by action, also can refer to our pesantren tradition. Also, if we talk about dakwah bil hal, which is by action, so nar ward bar mar daden, not only action, not only word, but also action, not only akwal. Al af'al asahu minal akwal. So deeds is much stronger than words, and that also become Islamic tradition at pesantren. That's in the past, also can be returned and used at this period. Pak Agus, I think we have to again do dakwah, not only word but also action, and we have the model of pesantren at this one. Exactly. Thank you. Actually, we can learn from our own tradition, from pesantren, but also, of course, we can learn from others, as my experience abroad. Yeah. At pesantren, for example, we know that there are good students too. For example, those who can learn the Quran, who can memorize the Quran, and they have a good tradition of learning, of Islamic learning in pesantren. There is method of sorogan, for example. That's independent learning. Yeah. I can give you exact example, which is my youngest child. Now, alhamdulillah, he is 18 years old, which is at high school. And now he can memorize the Quran, which is 5 juz. So at this one, unless he learn independently, of course he can, yeah? But he memorized himself he motivates himself to memorize the Quran and to learn the Quran well. So that's the importance of parents to motivate their students, to motivate their children to be independent learner, to be independent reader, actually. So both from teachers and both from parents, of course, and at university, especially from teachers, should make a good climate atmosphere for, again, independent learning. And there should be, of course, habituation and reward, again, from educator. So the educator should offer reward to students, to their children, to be an independent learning. Without that, I think, again, our situation is not that good. And there must be passive students, and the education would produce good people, would produce creative students in the future. So again, I believe this is, I call, independent learning. And at my book, I call it humanism religious, which is religious humanism, which is the importance of individuals, the importance of reward instead of punishment. But we know that the tradition of punishment at our environment is more dominant. So we have to change this situation. We have to offer more reward to our students, to our children. That's all about this. Oh yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, of course, it's very good questions, and this very actual. I think the easiest way is we stressing the importance roles of teachers and students, but also the importance roles and function of media facilities, which is, we know, the internet, we know the social media, with many kind of social media. So how we teach our students to get access on this good facility. So not only accessible, but also not only to have access, but how utilize, how they can spend this, again, this facility. So once the students spend wisely this media, I think they will be a very creative, they will be a problem solvers now and in the future. So now I think the time, at this pandemic situation, we motivate our students, our children to use media very wisely. And I believe because of the individual learner, because of the independent learning, they can learn very well. I can tell you last experience, for example, very actual. Sorry that again I give an experience for my family. Actually, our third child, she's a daughter. She just went back to Tokyo 3 days ago. I can, sorry to tell about this, that she has a good tradition of independent learning, and I find her no difference whether she is in Tokyo or at home. She just went back to Tokyo 3 days ago, and she spent about 6 months actually in Indonesia, left her campus at Tokyo, and I find no difference whether she is in Tokyo or she is in Indonesia. Back home at our home, she learned very well, and she spent most days in front of computers, having dialogues in Japanese, in English, internationally, from the morning until dawn, actually, from the morning until Maghrib, actually. She learned more and more, and very energetically, and almost, again, spend most of her time for learning, for reading, for dialogues, and very little fun, actually. And sometimes she, what do you say, like making a joke that I spend all my younghood for learning, so I have no time for fun. That's what she said, kind of a complaint sometimes. But as a result, we know she's a good learner, and she got a good reward from her campus, and also from the Ministry of Religious Affairs. So I am, as a parents, of course, I'm happy, and I motivate her to be a good independent learner. So this is my own experience. Again, using media is very important. So there is no difference where we are, because we are at the global village right now. We are all global citizens right now. So there is no difference where we are. We are at our home, we are at campus, we are here, we are abroad, all the same, because of the media. Thank you, Bagus.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for the insightful answer. So we learned a lot from you that clearly in this pandemic situation, we need to move beyond and use this opportunity to improve our education here in our hometown in Indonesia, and also wherever you are, that we can overcome this situation by having a very independent learning activities and other examples that you mentioned. Professor Abdurrahman Masud, our professor from UIN Walisongo, thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Thank you so much again. And now we would like to move to the next presenter from Jim Baker. Jim, how are you, Jim? Are you there? Hello, Jim.
Hi.
Hi, Jim. How are you?
I'm here.
How are you, Jim? What time is it now?
Fine, thank you. You?
What time is it now in UK, Jim?
It's 12 minutes past 8 a.m.
Okay, thank you very much. So, everyone, again, I'd like to remind you, for some of you who wanted to ask a question, you can type your question in a chat box, and then later on I'm gonna read your question, and then Jim will answer your question as best as we can. So the next presenter is Mr. Jim Baker. He's a senior teacher at St. Peter and St. Paul Catholic Voluntary Academy, Lincoln, England, UK. So he's going to present his presentation entitled Student Engagement in the E-Learning Environment. Thank you very much, Jim. Actually, that's a very timely presentation that we are expecting to learn some of the best practice of education over there in the UK that we can do here, or we can discuss something later on. Thanks, Jim. Time is yours.
Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm very honoured to be asked to present at this conference. I've been teaching for 50 years and at the moment I teach 1 day a week at St Peter and St Paul Catholic Voluntary Academy, but I also train teachers worldwide in flipped learning. Now, why does a teacher these days stand in front of a class and give information that the students can gain for themselves without the teacher, and then the teacher sets homework for the students to do when they aren't there, and the students may struggle? So, on Google Calendar, I give my students the whole year's work, so they can come to the lesson prepared. This is encouraging independent learning. So, if I may share my screen with you. May I have permission to share my screen, please?
Okay, Jim. Okay.
Thank you.
Lama, banyak pertanyaan. Ada 5 pertanyaan dari Bunda juga. Banyak pertanyaan, Bapak. Mereka suka.
Okay.
Pertanyaan tadi jawabannya.
It's done.
Paparannya nggak terlalu lama, paparan 15 menit.
You may share your screen, Jim.
Right, so presumably you can see my screen now.
Yep.
Okay. Now. So I think it's better if I can actually show my screen and demonstrate how I work.
Yeah,
so
that's better.
From day one, my students have the teaching scheme. I share the group with another teacher called Taryn, so my students can see from day one the chapters I teach, the chapters Taryn teaches, and because it's online, the students can actually click the hyperlink
Jim, excuse me,
and go to the resources.
Jim, would you love to share your screen, Jim? Would you like to share your screen? We haven't received your.
I thought I was sharing my screen.
No, you haven't. We haven't seen in here.
Oh,
can you redo it again?
I'll do it again. Sorry.
Okay, that's this one is working, Jim.
Is it working?
This one is working.
Good. So, my students from day one, they receive this online. The advantage of doing it online is because they can click on the hyperlinks.
Jim, you turn off
this
your
is the
camera.
teaching scheme. Sorry?
You turn off your camera so we can see you. We can see your. We are now seeing your screen, but we cannot see your face. Video.
Now it was actually the pause. If I
No. Do not pause. Just turn on your video.
Is my video not allowed? It says Zoom is sharing my screen. If I stop sharing and then I've started the video. Hello?
Now can you do the share screen, Jim?
Right.
Now share screen.
If I share the application window, share the entire screen, share.
Ya, makasih ya.
This one
is that okay? Yes?
This one is working. This one is working.
Is that okay?
Yep. This one is working perfectly, Jim. Thank you.
Good. So, my students can see which chapter I teach, which chapter my colleague is teaching throughout the whole year. So they can actually click on any topic and they will receive a PowerPoint or information. So rather than coming to the they will be doing, they actually come to the lesson prepared and ready to ask questions to myself. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with Google Calendar, but I'm going to share my Google Calendar with you. Can you see the calendar?
Yes, we can see it, Jim.
Now, I'm in school on a Monday, and I have a year 12 and a year 13 for chemistry, so I share my calendar with them. So every day I'm in, they can actually see on the calendar, they can click on the calendar there, and that will tell them what topic I am doing that day. So they can read up in preparation for the lesson. So there are all links on there with questions. So this really makes them independent learners. In 2017, I was off school for a month because I had a mini stroke. But one of my students actually sent me an email and said, "I'm sorry to hear about your stroke, sir, but it didn't really matter because the way you work, we can carry on without you." So what I say to my students is, I should not be doing anything with you in class that you do not need me for, that you can do on your own. i.e. access all the information. And I shouldn't be doing anything with you that a non-specialist could do, i.e. put PowerPoints on the board. The students can recite the chapter word for word, but still not be able to answer questions because they do not understand. And it's my job to help them to understand the work, and they understand by answering questions. So most of my time with the students is spent with them answering questions. There is something called Twidgicate, which is described as social networking for students. So if I just log on, so on Twidgicate, again, this is all free. You can create as many classes as you wish. I'm just waiting for it to load. Here it is. So if I go to one of the classes, then I've got the whole of the 2 years course on here with hyperlinks to the information. I can put on here, there are links on here that the students can access this from anywhere, anytime. So this provides 24/7, 365 education, and I believe in this students being able to access material 24/7, 365. So after the lesson, a student can post on here. In fact, this student here, Jay Hawks, at 10 to 10 at night, she'd actually posted this question: would methane be more volatile than butane because it is shorter? She'd obviously been thinking about the lesson. She posed that question. I received an email to say that one of my students had posted the question, able to answer that question, and also to congratulate her for taking advantage of this system whereby I could be contacted out of lesson time to answer questions. And this is, to me, this is so important. I'm going to stop sharing the screen now. So this to me is how it should be done. That students should have access to all the work beforehand, so they can come to the lesson prepared. This is so important, because many students arrive at a lesson not knowing what is going to happen. And this is wrong. We wouldn't think of going to a presentation not knowing what it was about. And it's the same for the students. They should know what the lesson is going to entail. And it should be the students that ask the questions. Normally, the teachers do not like this, in case the students ask a question that they cannot understand. But this is how it should be. It is not the teacher that should be asking the questions, it is the student. And in my class, all the students are working on different questions. They are working on questions that they struggle with. So I'm there to help them. That is the reason for answering questions, what they normally do at home, in class. And there is proof this works. And the comments in my guest book also confirm that this method does work. And beforehand, I actually sent my student engagement in the e-learning environment to the presenters so people could actually have a look and ask me while I'm online. When I trained a school in Cyprus, most people at a presentation just stand and give information or flip charts. Why do they waste that valuable presentation time, what I call force-feeding information that the audience can actually read for themselves? So I'm here to actually be put on the spot and answer any misgivings or questions people have. The main argument about flipped learning is, what about the student that does not do their homework? Surely they will not do the preparation for the lesson. So what I say to them is, what about the person that does not like their green vegetables? Surely they will not eat the bar of chocolate. Of course they'll eat the chocolate because it is more pleasant to them. So the reason a lot of students do not do the homework is they may struggle with it and they have no one to ask. Whereas if they are watching a video or reading notes, that is something they can manage and accomplish, so they will do it, and they are far more enthusiastic with this flipped learning. And on the student engagement presentation that I forwarded to the presenters, on there are some links to videos about the flipped learning. But I'd now like to take any questions, because when I go to a meeting, I like to know what it's going to be about, so I can have my questions ready and question the presenter.
Okay, thank you very much, Jim, for the wonderful presentation about flipped learning. So for some of you who might be new to the flipped learning, so flipped learning is a type of blended learning that is really focused on the intention to cater the mixed student background. So it's one of the best way to teach a student with differentiated learning strategies using the flipped learning. So say for example, Jim said that one of the advantages of the flipped learning is that we can help the student to be ready with the lesson in way before the learning happen in the classroom. So really, flipped learning is the current learning and teaching strategy that is used to cater and to serve students with the different learning level. So Jim, some of the audience here already access the Tweet Educate, the platform that you're mentioning before. So one of the question is, can it be used in a mobile phone, Jim?
Yes, because all my resources are actually online, then this allows it to be used on any mobile device that can connect to the internet. So with Twidget, what I was showing you, that platform, then that can be used on a tablet, a mobile phone, or anything. And as you realize, a mobile phone is probably the most popular internet device because it can be carried everywhere. And with working as I do, then the students have access 24/7, 365.
Tahu. Enggak. Hanya sama.
Or in the words of Einstein, I do not teach my students, I simply create the environment in which they can learn.
Okay, Jim, the next question from our participant here. So how can we as a teacher design teaching material to for student and to improve the student engagement?
So I give all my students, they all have a Gmail address, and I keep my material on Google Drive, which they have access to.
And then how do you track that how do you know that they are learning, Jim, and that they are accessing your teaching materials?
Because in class, when I get to class, I know what they should have read. So they will then be doing questions on what they should have read, and as I go round, I can quickly see who has not done the reading by they cannot do the questions. And if they have not done the reading once, they know that I will ask them next lesson, so they will make sure that they have actually done the reading.
Okay, thanks, Jim. And then the following question is, what kind of obstacle that you have when you are delivering your flip learning strategy? The obstacle.
Could you repeat that, please? Sorry.
What some of the barrier or obstacle that you encounter when you teach using flip learning strategy? The challenges that you face.
I think the main challenge is most teachers will have all their information and resources. The main challenge, I think, is putting it into the internet, putting it in Twidget or putting it onto their Google Drive so that students can access it. Also, it is the fear, particularly with young teachers, of not knowing what questions the students are going to ask. But as soon as they realise that nobody's infallible, and even after 50 years of teaching, people can still ask questions that you have to Google to find the answer. But the students far prefer it. In fact, I teach just the sixth form now, and the students always say to me when I introduce them to this method, why couldn't we have done this before, sir?
Okay, we have another question here, and because your explanation is very clear that flip learning is very important for our teaching and learning, especially in this pandemic era. And how do we reduce the stress in this kind of online learning situation? Because as a teacher, we need to emphasize not only on our teaching material, but also we need to mentor, and we need to make sure that students are good in terms of their well-being.
Absolutely, and the stress level with this way of working is far less, because the student in the evening, if they are working on a problem that they find difficult and there is no one to ask, then their sleep will be disturbed, because it will be playing on their mind, whereas with my method, they can actually post in Twidget or email me what their problem is. I can get back to them straight away, so their mind then is free, and they get a good night's sleep without this problem playing on their mind. So the flip learning is a win-win situation. And when I've done private tuition, I've been doing private tuition for a student only 2 weeks. And their father actually wrote in my guest book my daughter is now really enthused and interested in air chemistry. Why could not schools work as you do? That was his comment.
Okay, so it's very good idea to provide assistance or provide help for our students. So your student can email you and ask any question and difficulties or constraint. Jim, thank you very much. That was a stunning and very informative presentation. You have so many good comments from our fellow from many countries that express that said that your presentation was wonderful, and some of them already access and try the tweet ticket that you're mentioning before. Thank you very much. I think 20 minutes maybe is not enough to have your wonderful presentation. Maybe next time we will set up another talk or a more hand-on practice and presentation with you, Jim. Thank you very much. You wanna?
But before you go, is there anywhere I can just write my contact details if anyone does want to contact me?
Okay, you may put your contact detail or your email in the chat box. So then everybody around the world in a chat box, Jim.
So if I just click so.
So or we will share your email later on. In the chat box, did you see the chat box?
Yes.
Just type your email, so then everybody around the world who are following this wonderful talk can contact you if they have further questions.
Now, also, if I can leave the link to my guest book, if anybody has any comments or actually found this presentation useful, then I would be grateful if they could actually comment in my guest book. And also, if anybody has any reservations about this, if they could actually look at the comments in the guest book, I think that will allay their fears.
Okay, thank you, Jim. So everyone who are following Jim's presentation, so he already typed and put his guest book, so then you can click it on and then ask him a question or whatever that you are concerning about. Please. Jim, you want to say a closing remark, closing statement?
Sorry?
You want to say a few words before we move on to the next presenter?
Yes, I am very honoured and grateful to be given this opportunity to pass on what I know works based on 50 years in the classroom.
Okay.
And I hope that some of you will contact me if you want to know more, and I can explain or any concerns you have or want to know how to set anything up. Don't hesitate to ask. And again, I've been very grateful. Thank you very much indeed.
It is also our honor, Jim, to have you here in our virtual international conference held by Walisongo State Islamic University. Thank you very much, Jim. Stay safe and stay healthy. Hopefully this pandemic era is over really soon. Thanks, Jim.
Right, thank you.
So
have a good day. Bye.
Thank you. Have a good day. Stay safe and healthy.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Everyone, we will have the next presenter from, so we are traveling from UK all the way to Egypt. We will have Professor Ali Kora, professor and also professor at Mansoura University. So Professor Ali will be presenting his presentation under the title, The Reason Why the School Need to Change in this Artificial Intelligence Era. Professor Ali, time is yours. Professor Ali, would you please unmute your speaker?
Okay, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Professor Ali, how are you today?
Fine. I'm happy to be with you, and I really enjoyed the speakers' presentations that preceded my presentation, especially that of Bell, because he didn't go into theory, but he went into his personal experience about flipped learning. Okay, today, inshallah, we are going to talk, or we are going to go away a little bit from the intellectual domain and the psychomotor domain, and be involved, inshallah, into the affective domain or into ethics.
Okay.
Ethics, morality, moral education, religious education, and I am going to also give you a model of Finland and how the Finnish education topped the world through his ethics, through the ethics that they use. I come from a religious background. As you know, I'm a Muslim, and
I think we are experiencing the signal cutting off here. Everyone, please be patient. So while Professor Ali's connection is getting back on. Professor Ali, are you there? Okay, so while we are waiting for Professor Ali to get back on our virtual conference, so I'd like to greet so many audience all over the world, especially the one from Indonesia. We have one from West Sumatra, and also we have the one from Palestine. We have some attendants from West Africa, and also from Egypt, and from Morocco. And even we have some of the guests from Jilin University in China, and we have some of the attendants from Nepal. Professor Ali, are you there? And also we have some of the leaders here from the UIN Walisongo University. We have Ibu Elis, the Dean of Faculty of VIC. Hello, Bu Elis. And also we have the guest from Brunei. I think Professor Ali Kura is experiencing the signal loss over there in Egypt. Apologize everyone because Professor Ali is experiencing the signal loss. So we are going to continue to the next presenter, Judy Thomas from Dubai. So he's the CEO from DMCC company and also the company that is also working on the education sector. So Judy Thomas, time is yours.
Good morning. Me, Judy Thomas, joining this seminar from Dubai. This is a great morning here. I take this opportunity to thank all the coordinators from UIN Walisongo for giving an opportunity to present this paper. Today, the subject what I am going to present is taken by the United Arab Emirates for achieving the high ranks in easing them doing the business. It is very important that the post-COVID situation is giving a lot of disturbance and difficulties for the mankind around the world. Millions of people have lost their job. Another millions of people, their salary has been reduced. There is a third millions of people, students who have just completed their courses from the university and they are unable to find out a job. And all these governments are in big trouble, the same way the corporates and the people. Now, everybody is looking at their respective governments to get some solution. They say that please help us financially, please help us to find out the job for us, and please help us to save medically from this pandemic. So what is the solution for this one? All the governments are in big trouble. If you are taking from the great country, United States of America, to any small country, the challenges are the same. The governments do not have a inertia to come out easily from this pandemic. So what the governments are requesting to their citizens respectively that they are just not telling the citizens that please find out what are your passion and what are your expertise. So you take your passion and expertise and you just develop it as an entrepreneurship and you start your own entrepreneurship program in your country and you get succeed in that area economically. Once you economically succeed, you become very happy and rich. The same time you will be able to give employment to the community. This way you become a responsible citizen in that country. This is what all the countries are telling the citizens that you should become responsible with their own area because government do not have the jobs in their hand and the government is not in a position to spend a lot of money to make the jobs for the citizen. So in this scenario, we have to see that how easy it is to start a business in the respective country. So in this study, we have seen that the World Bank, they have conducted a study in 173 member countries. Every year they are conducting this study. And they just select 10 criteria to conduct this study. So they see these 10 criteria and find out how easy or how difficult to start a business in their own country. If it is very easy to start a business, more and more people will start the entrepreneurship and the country will flourish. And if it is very difficult, then obviously what is going to happen is that very less entrepreneurship activities will be coming and whereas more and more people will be jobless or in that market. So ultimately, every countries are trying to become very friendly, very easy steps in order to encourage the entrepreneurship here. So when this study results came in the year 2020, that is the current year came, United Arab Emirates, they got actually 16th rank of the worldwide. So all these 173 countries the World Bank has conducted, the United Arab Emirates got 16th rank, and 16th rank is very high rank. So now we are going to see how this UAE is able to achieve this rank. It is not only in 2020, For the last 3 years, continuously, UAE is improving their standards, or UAE is improving their easiness for starting up the entrepreneurship. So how they have just done this study, we are just not going to see that the 10 points on this one. The first point is that the government is taking the initiatives to encourage the entrepreneurship. That is actually the first stage they are just doing. And they just made the ecosystem which is conducive for starting actually the business. So all the legal and process they have structured in such a way that not only the local people, anybody who got a great idea from around the world, they are get attracted to United Arab Emirates and they can start with the business here. So this is fundamentally, government has given the highest priority that they said actually anyone has an idea, whether they are local or expatriates, they can come easily, they can set up a business here. That way, he or she is actually getting secured financially. At the same time, they are generating a lot of employment in this country. Okay. And while they are starting up this different organizations on entrepreneurship, ultimately what is happening, there are a lot of foreign direct investments are coming to this country. And wherever the foreign direct investments are coming, whether it is in terms of capital or in terms of technology, in terms of technical know-how, ultimately it is getting benefit to the government. The same way, when more and more foreign direct investment comes, more and more entrepreneurship is coming, and when entrepreneurship is coming, more employability is coming, and this is how the country is sustaining economically for that one. Now, as an introduction, we are going to see that this United Arab Emirates is a very small country, which formed in the year 1971, which got a very small population of only 10 million. And out of this 10 million population, only 2 million people are the local people, where the 8 million people are the expatriate people. There are 160 countries people are living here. So almost all the country people are coming and they find it as actually their second home. So when this United Arab Emirates formed in the year 1971, this country was blessed with a lot of carbon energy, petroleum and gas. Actually, there are a lot of deposits. So this country became very rich because of the natural resources. Recently, we know that all the countries are looking against the carbon emission. So the oil economy is actually slowly coming down. So almost 10 years back, the country has actually moved from oil economy to non-oil economy. They developed aviation, they have developed trading, they have developed tourism, they have developed hospital education, etc. Different clusters or industries they have developed. But recently they found that from hydrocarbon economy they moved into non-hydrocarbon economy, and from non-hydrocarbon economy they moved further into a knowledge economy. Because it is very important that knowledge economy is the economy which is going to sustain in the coming world. So across the globe they identified that how important the ideas are, how important the skills are, how important actually the people passionate about their skills and ideas that they can start their own entrepreneurship. So when they are starting the entrepreneurship, the first one is that what is the role of the government here? Here the government is enabling or the government is facilitating all types of entrepreneurship here. Encourage actually the people here. They just tell the people that don't go for a job. You try to actually passionate about your expertise and then start something as yours. So the role of the government is very, very encouraging. The second one is that they simplify actually the investment flows. The investment you are taking is very, very simple here. You can bring actually any type of resource from anywhere around the world. Nobody is asking where the money comes, how the money comes, nothing at all. So they just simplify the investment rules. The same way, exit rule also. If you want to come out actually from this country, you want to stop the business and easily you can take out all your money. So repatriation is very easy. So people do not have a fear to bring the money because they are absolute freedom. It is very simple procedure. The same way, if they do not like it or want to exit out, they can take out actually the money. And here there is no income tax. This is actually one of the world, one of the few countries of the world do not have an income tax here. There is no corporate duty here. And there are very few types of taxes. One is only 5% value-added taxes, another 5% import duty. So very simplified taxation system. And I have started some smart university which is giving a lot of skill development to the people who wanted to come out to the entrepreneurship. Now starting a business actually. See, here starting a business is quite easy. Anybody who is coming and picking up the phone, they can start the business in 7 days period. And most interestingly, the people do not have to physically come here in order to start a business. If you are sitting in Indonesia, if you are sitting in India, if you are sitting in any part of the world, by online, you can just apply all the forms and everything, and you can just pay online the fee required over there. By sitting in your own country, you will be able to start a business here. So they just simplified the process, and they made this process available online across the globe, and in just 7 days, anybody can start the business here. And when we start a business here, there are two types of business you can start. One type of business we call it as free zone business. Another type of business is actually the mainland business. Mainland business means the business they have some requirement that you have to find out a local partner here. So you will be, or the expatriates will be 49% order, whereas 51% order will be the UAE local member. When we go for a free zone, 100% actually ownership will be the person who is starting the local or expatriates. So anyone can start actually 100% ownership in a free zone. So it is the decision of anybody who want to come here and start a business here. And the government has implemented the e-governance system across actually the Emirates. All the government departments are available e-governance. So you do not have to walk in any offices. Online, you can access all this facility, and everything you are just getting online 24/7. And the customer service executive or the consultants are quite helpful because from the government sector as well as there are a lot of private executives are available, consultants are available. They will just know advise you what type of business you can start, when to start, how to start, etc. So starting a company is much easier. Once you start a company, then you want to set up an office or a factory or a warehouse, etc. So how easy or difficult to get a construction permit here? UAE, just like you start a business here, the construction process is very easy because you know that construction is a very complicated process. So here, the Dubai municipality has made the entire the procedure how to start actually this construction and how to get the membership, what are the different stages, how to submit it. So these processes are available online. So anyone who is actually sitting anywhere, they can make a plan, elevation, then costing, submit to the municipality, get the permission, then they can go to the subcontractor and award actually the contract to them, pay their money, they will do the construction in the specified area. So the construction permit is very easy. If you want to buy a land, the whole land belongs to the government, so the government is holding the land as a land bank. The government displays the land, they can select actually the land, they will just say that okay, this is the price for the land. And at the given time, you can buy it, you can pay the money, buy the land, and they are all, everybody is leaving the land 99 years long lease. And once you are buying the land, you have to pay only 4% duty on that one, and the land will be registered in your name. You can get a construction permit, and you can just give them the one permit comes, you can give the contracting company, a lot of contracting companies are there. They will give actually the construction as per your requirements, as per your speed on this one. And the next point is what is available in the credit. When you talk about a business, every business needs a credit facility, bank facility. So here there are two types of banks available. One is a public bank, another one is a commercial banks. So both the banks, the business owners, they can just go and they can submit their business plan for getting a loan here. And all these banks have a lot of liquidity because it's a cash-rich countries or the banks got a lot of liquidity. You have to go through your compliance and procedure, and the bank will evaluate your business process, and based on that one, they will give you the facility, how much money, or is it actually the cash facility, or is it the loan facility, or is it actually the trade finance facility, etc. The bank will consider and they will award on. So getting liquidity is much easier here. And UAE is a hub for investment. There are a lot of actually exchanges that are available. You can bring actually the money from different currency and different actually the resources you can bring here. Because here, if you want to do the investment real estate, you can do that one. You want to set up a factory, you can do that one. You want to set up a service facility, that also you can do that one. Or if you have any type of IPR, intellectual property right, you have a copyright, you have a software, etc. That also can be protected here. So Dubai is a hub for all types of investments, and all people are actually bringing a lot of investment here. So the question is that what are the taxation available? As I mentioned in the introduction, Dubai is a heaven for non-taxation because there is no corporate tax here. Because in any country when you are taking, the taxes are the great income for that country. And when people are making profit out of business, every year they have to use certain percentage as a corporate tax to the respective country. But when you come to UAE, here no business is actually having a corporate or zero 5% corporate taxes, and 0% actually wealth tax also. Whatever is actually your income, you do not have to pay any taxes. There are only two types of small taxes are there. One is 5%, only 5% import duty. Anything you are importing from the rest of the world, this country, 5% you have to pay, and 5% of your taxes. That is 5%. So the taxation process is much simpler. There is no bureaucracy, there is no red tapeism. It is available online, and all the systems and processes are very simple. You can have a very transparent and simple taxation system. And the next question is that how we can enforce the contracts. When you go for a business, the business always do different types of contract structure. So when you make a contract here, what exactly the legal system is supporting? What exactly the jurisdiction here? So UAE jurisdiction is applicable to all types of commercial contracts here. And when you talk about UAE legal system, there are two types of legal systems. One is they call it as English law they are following. Okay, UAE follow the English law. The second one is that UAE follows the Sharia laws. So they just give you the opportunity that you can select what type of legal system you want. And if you have a small disputes, there is well settled or well developed legal systems are the courts, different types of courts are there. You can go to the court or you can do the litigation. If you don't want the court, because court is very expensive, time consuming, if you don't want the court, you can go for an arbitration. There are expert arbitrators available. You can go for arbitration. Even if you do not want to go for an arbitration, you can go for mediation. So mediation, arbitration, legal stuff. Entire developed systems are available for any type of dispute or problems you wanted to sort out between your business partners. So this way, we can conclude that United Arab Emirates is a small country, but it is giving the ultimate easiness for doing any type of entrepreneurship here. So in fact, UAE is encouraging not only the local people, even UAE is inviting all the great minds. Now overall, listening to this presentation, whether you are from any country, and if you feel that you have a great idea, you want to start your own entrepreneurship, I welcome you all to come and explore this facility in the Emirates, because here the government is supporting all the government departments are supporting excellent infrastructure is giving. There is no corporate duty, and the ecosystem is great over here. So anyone from around the world can come and start, because there are n number of incubation centers are there, startup centers are there. Even the universities here allowed to start their own free zone. Just imagine that there's a great university. So while the students do their graduation program, whether they are the first year or second or final year graduation, during that period they can parallelly start a business here. So these type of incubation facility, and it's a legal business. It's a legal business they are starting because universities are allowed to start the free zones. And this is great. And UAE is a country, they have a minister exclusively for artificial intelligence. They are giving a lot of importance for embracing the latest technology. So all the blockchain, then automation, robotic science, then all types of technology they are embracing here, and they are just applying in different areas. So technology they are actually keeping at the best technically for the people here. And it allows all types of innovation. They are just saying that innovation is essential for any type of growth. Whether you are a product company, whether you are a service company, if you are going to grow your business globally, you have to have a great innovation. So they are just looking for innovation. Skill development. They have some smart universities. They just started for developing the skills. You can say the upskilling, cross-skilling. Wherever your skills developments are needed, that is for the latest skills you want to do, like coding, etc. It is all actually possible here. And it is attracting, this country is attracting all the talented entrepreneurs from around the world. So they simplified the rules and the regulations, they made it very simple, and they have started the e-governance. So all these government processes are available 24/7 on the internet or on the public domain. Registration, permits and all become very easy. So I would recommend actually UAE is a great place for starting on this. So these are the steps the government has continuously taken in order to make actually this country a great place to start actually, or I would say that to make easiness to start actually the business. So this is my presentation. So if you are just getting a chance, you can just Google it out and get most of this information on the public domain over there. And I will be happy to happy to have the question and answer session. If you have any question, I'll be happy to take it to the questions over here. And thank you very much for this opportunity that university has given. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judy, for the excellent presentation. So again, we can see why UAE or United Arab Emirates is one of the most progressive countries in the world, because they already start the ease of business and also plan the entrepreneurship in their education and competitiveness, those kind of things. Okay, we are now going back to Egypt with the Professor Ali Kora from the professor at the Mansoura University, Egypt. Assalamualaikum, Professor Ali. Are you there? Professor Ali, are you there? Hello, Professor Ali, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Time is yours, Professor Ali.
Yes, I'm sorry for the disconnection.
No problem.
Was out of my hand.
It's okay.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm talking about the ethics in teaching, and the very first. Okay, just a minute. This is ethics in the teaching profession, and I'm presenting the Finnish model. Why? Because Finland now tops the world in education. We'd like to know how they did that. First of all, let me talk about morality. Morality is defined as a conformance to a recognized code, doctrine, or religion system. No system of morality is accepted as universal. That's why we always say, let us accept each other, because all of us have some, maybe different, moral systems. Morals or moral values are generally associated with personal view of values, which reflect beliefs relating to sex, drinking, gambling, etc. They can reflect the influence of religion, culture, family, and friends. Ethics is concerned with how a moral person should behave and how ethical values can control our behavior. The term moral education refers to those parts of education processes which are structured within one or more school subjects, indicated specifically to specifically to ethics. How about moral education? Moral education is often focused on learning about belief system, value system, and practices of other traditions and viewpoints to explore them and develop understanding and respect for these values, these cultures, these religions, particularly from the perspective of how they affect action and how they can peacefully coexist. Peaceful coexistence. Moral education is about an inner change. When is spirit matters and comes through the internalization of universal religious values. like Islamic values or Christian values, for example. The critical examination and the analysis through the principles of ethics help justify our moral choices. And many students and professionals cannot find the sharp distinction between these two terms. Let us get into business. Let us get into teaching. In teaching, ethics teachers and educators strive to achieve the highest ideals, the highest moral ideal of their professional service. It refers to teachers and educators' basic professional principles and responsibilities, whether these are individual, collective, institutional, towards the profession, their academic discipline, and their educational institution, and to the society as a whole. Finland. Let us now come to Finland. Come to the nice part. Finland. See, as we have an oath, qasam, for lawyers and teachers and doctors, now Finland made an oath for teachers. This is the oath, the moral ethics. As a teacher, I am committed to conducting, to educating the next generation, which is the most important human tasks. My goal will be to renew and pass on existing human knowledge, culture, and skills. As a teacher, I shall act with justice, fairness in everything that I do, to promote my students' development so that each individual can grow up as a whole human being according to his or her own aptitudes and talents. As a teacher, I shall not reveal information that's communicated to me confidentially and shall respect the privacy of my students. I shall also protect their physical and psychological integrity. As a teacher, I shall endeavor to shield the learners under my care from political and economic exploitation and defend the rights of every individual to develop his or her own religious and political beliefs. As a teacher, I shall make continuous efforts to maintain and develop my professional skills, committing myself to my profession's common goals and support to my colleagues in their work. This is the oath. How about ethics? Teacher training programs in Finland, the purpose is to educate model citizens who teach and civilize Finnish people and strengthen the young country's national identity. For example, let us get back to the last one. The aim of instruction was to improve citizens' morality and Christianity, because this is the predominant religion in Finland. As a teacher, it is clearly the head of the classroom and his or her role as a model citizen. See, they consider the teacher a model citizen. Teachers are expected to act as model citizens during their free time. How? For example, going to a dance club or smoking was strongly forbidden for these prospective model citizens. This means that if you are a student teacher or if you are a teacher, you are forbidden to go to dance clubs or smoking in public. This is forbidden, and you can be expelled for that. Likewise, students were expected to adopt the street clothing style, even in the fashion that they dress. The styles should be respectful, follow strict dating rules. Anyone not meeting these requirements was expelled. See how firm they are when it comes to ethics? Finland is famous for its education system. What makes it different? What makes Finland at the top of the world? Faridi 214 reports a visit to schools in Finland. He said our group had the chance to visit several innovative schools. And he says, while I can say that I have uncovered some mysterious or holy grail of education, I did discover something that I had never considered before. The importance of happy teaching and happy learning. The teachers and the students that I observed were happy. And the students seemed to be enjoying their learning experience. Teachers appeared satisfied and valued. It made me wonder what schools in Finland have such an enjoyable experience for students and teachers. What are the basics for this happiness? Here are some of the biggest ways Finland is winning the global education accord, according to Wheeler 270. First thing, competition isn't as important as cooperation. وعندنا في الإسلام in Muslim religion وتعاونوا على البر والتقوى ولا تعاونوا على الإثم والفسوق والعدوان. Cooperate. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, cooperate for the good of each other and for the good of everybody. Finland says competition isn't as important as competition. Competition, is not as important as cooperation. Finland has figured out that competition between schools doesn't get kids as far as cooperation between those schools. This is a good philosophy, by the way. Teaching is one of the most respected professions. Teachers are highly paid in Finland. To become a teacher or a teacher candidate must have first received at least their master's degree. This is a minimum requirement. When you are teachers at elementary schools, for example, these elementary schools are adjoined to a university, connected to a university. The result, teachers can be counted on to know the best pedagogical advances in education that's out there. Would you like to know how it is hard for anybody to get into a teacher's education program in Finland? It was harder to gain entry to the University of Helsinki teacher education program. Why? Because they accept only 6.8% of the people who apply. Compared to the law program accepts 8.3, and the medical program 7.3. This shows you how important and how strict and how difficult to get into the profession of education. Why? Because they take the best from the very start. Finland listens to the research, and this is one of our drawbacks in the developing countries. We don't listen to research. We make hundreds of dissertations and theses, PhD and MAs, and just put them on the shelf. No, Finland listens to research. If a research is effective, then they put it into action. In Finland, government makes its education policy decisions based on what? On almost solely, only on effectiveness. If the data, the research show improvements, the Ministry of Education and Culture will give it a shot, will try to apply the results of this research. What else? Finland is not afraid to experiment. In our countries, they love to keep the status quo. But in Finland, no. Finland's teachers are encouraged to create their own mini laboratories for teaching styles, keeping what works and scrapping what doesn't. An experimental mindset at the top can lead teachers to think outside the box. They experiment, they make action research. And kids, and when I say kids, I say learners, I mean learners. Kids have very little homework, Finnish students spend only less than 3 hours a week on homework. Parents assume teachers have covered most of what they need in the confines of the school, and schools assume the same. So, time spent at home is reserved for family, where the only lessons kids learn are about life and trust, the ethics of trust. The Finnish government trusts their municipalities. The municipalities trust the school administrators. School administrators trust teachers. Teachers trust students. And in return, parents and families trust teachers. And look at this. Believe it or not, there is no formal teacher evaluation system in Finland. Why? Because teachers, similar to doctors in the United States, for example, are trusted professionals. Nobody is going to evaluate them. Religious education in schools? Yes. Religious education is compulsory subject, both in comprehensive schools and in senior upper secondary schools. Pupils or students who do not belong to any religious group can choose between religious education as secular ethics. And finally, values first, citizenship second. They educate their students on values. Not patriotism, but first be a good, moral, ethical, religious person, and then belong to Finland. This is my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Ali, for your stunning talk and very inspiring presentation. You've got some compliment from the participant here. Professor Ali, maybe one question because we are running out of the time. So, yes. What about in your very own country? Do you think that the moral education is problems over there in Egypt?
Dear brother, I am from the country of Al-Azhar, and Al-Azhar is the biggest, oldest religious university in the world. And Al-Azhar promotes moderate Islam and moderate religious values. And in our country, yes, it's a predominant Muslim country with brother Christians living with us and has their rights and duties. And in our schools, yes, we teach religion subjects, and the innovation now is it's not called religion, it's called Book of Morals and Values that everybody, whether Muslims or Christians, study.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ali, for your wonderful talk, and we learn a lot from you, and especially your mentioning and explaining about some of the lesson learned, some of the educational best practice from the Finland, one of the best education system in the world. And thank you on behalf of the conference committee. I'd like to say thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Ali. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And with the Islamic University and with our Indonesian brothers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Everyone, so we would like to move on to the next presenter. We have Professor Ronnie from the Universidade Europea, Portugal. He is a professor at the School of Business and Social Sciences, who will be presenting about the spinner innovation model. Professor Ronnie, time is yours. Hello, Professor Ronnie, are you there?
Okay, the phone. Can you hear me now?
How are you, Professor Ronnie?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, we are hearing. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. It's a pleasure to stay here sharing and presenting the spinner innovation model for all the audience. First of all, I'd like to say congratulations for the organizer. I'd like to say congratulations for my colleagues, professors, researchers, and for all the students. Thank you very much. And congratulations for us that we are here sharing knowledge and inspiring students to grow in terms of development. So I will start sharing my presentation.
Yes.
In a moment. Just one moment. Okay. I think someone can be able to share my presentation.
Yes.
Disabled, please. Host, please, able to share
yes,
the presentation.
we are working on it, Professor Ronnie.
Okay, thank you. I'm waiting. Thank you. Oh, yes, it's correct now. Thank you. So here my presentation. Okay. Thank you again. So more one moment here, please. I think now will be done. Yes. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you again. So as you introduced me, so I introduced myself, just add a little bit more information. I'm a Professor Dr. Ronnie Figueiredo. I'm from the School of Business and Social Science, Universidade Europeia, European University in Lisbon, Portugal. I'm a director of the Center for Service Innovation at the same university, European University. I'm the chairman of the Senior Innovation Center. Senior Innovation Center was founded by me. I am a creator of the Senior Innovation Lab that I will introduce now. And I'm an international innovation speaker. I have a postdoc, PhD, and a Master in Innovation Management from School of Engineers, from Management School, and from the Economic Schools. I'm an academic scientific innovation at NES. NES is a specific lab research in terms of business sciences at the University of Pereira Interior in Portugal too. I'm a professor at the Business School, Universidade Europeia, as I said. I'm invited to professor at Nova SE, School of Business and Economics in Portugal, working in an innovation project named Nextland, develop a business model in terms of EO, Earth Observation, Satellite, and GEOs. I'm invited professor of the Business Innovation at IPAN. IPAN is a Portuguese Institute for Marketing and Business Tech. I'm international member of this team, the network in terms of professionals in innovation management, discussing with more than 100 companies in terms of innovation, values-based innovation. And to conclude my self-introduction, I'm the Hood-Leg Books Portfolio Review in terms of innovation and economics portfolio. Thank you. So let's focus our time in the main topic, Senior Innovation Model. Okay. So to start, I'd like to share 2 slides with some information based on the European Commission that is important to justify why Ronnie, of course, designed the Spin Innovation Model. What is the Spin Innovation Model? What's create? Create for what? That's the idea to present now in the next 2 slides. First of all, the main information is based, of course, in the European Commission in terms of SMEs, small and medium enterprise, or small and medium sized enterprise. The number that represents in terms of contribution for economic development in European is 90%. So we have in the European Commission 2 main goals in terms of contributions. We have contributions coming from SMEs, small and medium enterprise, and on the other hand, we have contributions coming from a business family. But pay attention because part of the business families can be considered as SMEs, okay? The other part is not considered SMEs, but both can represent 90% in terms of contributions of economic development in European commissions. So that's the main reason to create this innovation model, to create economic value to develop SMEs in terms of growing in Portugal specifically. The definition of SMEs is important for us to understand the contributions for developing economy around the world, of course, especially in Portugal. I will present the reason I'm saying special in Portugal in the next steps, the next slides. The way to follow the SMEs performance is implement the Small Business Act, SBA. What is the mean SBA? What is the mean Small Business Act in Portugal? So the Small Business Act is a name of the funding provided for the Portugal government. Portugal government starting a big program to innovation 5 years ago. Developed a different kind of funding, creating an ecosystem to innovation, established creating networking, creating a relationship with research academies, with universities, with industry, with other governments and other countries, wherever. So, government in Portugal create an innovation ecosystem with different kind of funds. One of this limit is Small Business Act, SBA. The Spin model was developed, of course, to contribute to the European Commission in terms of SMEs performance, with the perspective looking for the future of the firms as a promoter of relationship with SMEs, aiming the creation of new knowledge, transferring the new knowledge, and try to promote the innovation in terms of business to support the sector economic development. So I will present what is exactly firms mean, what is exactly SMEs, and what is exactly sectors. Just more information. What is innovation? Innovation is a topic that the world are discussing at this moment, but we have a different kind of interpretation, meanings, and the focus in terms of innovation. Part of the literary are coming and discussing innovation in terms of products, marketing, organization, technology, digital, service innovation, and the other definitions. But during this presentation, I will be focused in terms of innovation as a result of 2 main processes, or 2 main steps: knowledge creation and knowledge transfer. So innovation in this case, in the business model, innovation, standard innovation model, is perceived as a result of the knowledge creation and the knowledge transfer with the interaction of private and the public knowledge. I will explain what it is. Delivering knowledge intensive solution based on the professional, technological, or cultural intelligence to SMEs. So let's understand the main keywords in terms of the first paragraph. Innovation is the result of knowledge creation and knowledge transfer applied in the SMEs. Private knowledge and public knowledge is different, okay? Public knowledge is a knowledge that already exists inside the SMEs. And the public knowledge is the knowledge are available and already exists outside the SMEs, exactly on the market. So for you make innovation happen, to have a different kind of step, but one of these steps is to create a relationship between the internal with external environment. As the professors, the last speakers told about that, something like that. And I agree with my colleagues that they make a presentation now. So another one we have delivering as a process to survey, to support your customer needs in terms of solutions you need after you create knowledge, transfer knowledge. We need to develop a knowledge intensive solution, a strong intensive solution with a hard knowledge applied. So to do this, you can use the conception, the meaning of KIBS. KIBS is the knowledge intensive business service. It's a specific firms on the economic sector service that provide a knowledge intensive solutions. As an example, in terms of service, you can consider lawyers, companies, you can consider consultancy companies, you can consider technological companies, you can consider whatever that are strong in knowledge. I will present for you some examples. I'm just preparing you to see all the spin innovation model. And we have, based on the knowledge intensive solutions, we have three exactly outcomes that you can consider after you design your knowledge intensive solution. The first is professional outcomes, the second is technological outcomes, and the last one as the third, cultural intelligence. So what is professional, technological, or cultural? Professional is a service, knowledge intensive service provided without technology. Technological is, of course, the opposite in terms of professional being. It's a service provided using technological approach. And cultural, yes, the difference between professional and technological, because the cultures are focused on the organizational behavior. In this case, I mean culture. When I say culture, I mean organizational values, organizational culture. Okay. So, more information, the speed of organizational agility and the change of the mindset can make the organizational transformation to support of new deliveries to customers. So here we have more keywords. We have more keywords in terms of agility, another one mindset, and the last one organizational transformation. What is this in terms of senior innovation model? Agility is the meaning of the time you have to take the decisions in your business. Okay. Mindset is the way you are taking the decisions and you are changing this way for another way, another model, another way to think, to change, to take the decisions in your organization. And of course, if you take the decisions very quickly, and if you change your mindset, the way you are doing your process, you are delivering your process to your customer needs, you can have organizational transformation. Okay, so you are changing, you are creating a new movement for your organization, for your business. And of course, on the other hand, you have your customer needs with more, your customer with the needs supported and with more satisfaction. In the current economic scenario, the challenge is to convert efforts rapidly in order to improve innovation systems, of course, through the creation and the transfer of knowledge and active the necessary competitive advances for the internalization of their service. In terms of innovation, you can consider that you develop, you create, design the innovation for your business. Different kind of innovations exist, but you can choose just one type of innovation. Suppose, as example, innovations in terms of process, innovation in terms of product, innovation in terms of marketing, innovation in terms of organizational business model, whatever. But after you develop your innovation, you can consider with more one step to get more improvement as a business. You can try to internalize your innovation. Okay. So here I have two charts to support the last both slides. This is a resource made by European Innovation. European Innovation promotes during the years a resource and the reports in terms of the scoreboard of innovation. In comparison with the other countries in Europe. So as you can see on the both charts, on the right, on the left, we have Portugal on the first, we have Finland, in Belgium, Greece, Italy, and the last one you have Romania. So, of course, I have here only two charts, but inside this report I have a different kind of report. Of course, I have a chart specific for all these countries on the list. But the idea is that I brought this to you is to present that Portugal, as I told in the beginning of my presentation, having been investing in innovation to be more competitiveness in terms of European conditions, creating more value using technology as the base for innovation, inserting all the industry, government, and university in the ecosystem, innovation ecosystem. So, the first chart on my left, the top is innovators. You can see the Portugal as the main countries in terms of investment for innovation. Okay, so in the last resort, in terms of scoreboard, 2020 year, Portugal was considered as the main country in terms of innovators. In the last, on the other side, on the right, we have SMEs innovating in-house. As the Portugal as the first on the top, it would mean that SMEs, small and medium innovation in-house, consider that Portugal has a lot of small and medium enterprise investment to support the internal innovation process. So pay attention because, as I said, you have a different results. As you can see, only two on this chart. But if you assess the European Innovation Scoreboard 2020, you can see the different kind of information, and you can use select the information that you consider better for you use in terms of innovation process. So, continue, we have here just more information. Senior innovation model was designed by me and protected in more than 176 countries around the world. What is that? The meaning is Spinner is a free innovation model. Spinner is considered the new approach to business growth, to support business, to support enterprise, and especially SMEs in terms of the developed economy. And Spinner innovation can be open. It's a kind of open source, so any kind of students, professors, researchers, whatever, in the private sector, knowledge in the public sector, can use Spinner innovation model to try to make innovation happen in your enterprise. So, here I'd like to introduce the Spinner innovation model. Spinner innovation model have as a model has some dimensions, has some variables, has some principles. Let me introduce the Spinner innovation model detail by detail, step by step. So in the beginning of this presentation, I present some meanings in terms of agility, mindset, organization transformation, firms, SMEs, sectors, knowledge creation, knowledge transfer, innovation, knowledge enhancement solutions, private knowledge, and the public knowledge. Just to review, integrate all these conceptions, all these meaning definitions in terms of the model. You can start looking for the top and see firms as the top. We have here, on the other hand, we have SMEs, and the other we have sector. So this is the Spinner conception that you are creating in relation between firms, SMEs, and the sector. So you are a specific kind of SMEs, small and medium enterprise, that are inviting firms to support your SMEs in terms of performance, in terms of innovation. And if specific firms that have a specific knowledge, or strong knowledge, or professional knowledge, or special knowledge, can support you making knowledge creation, knowledge transfer, and innovation in terms of SMEs. It's possible to have programs that you can be more competitive in terms of your sector that you are selling your products. But to do this, you need to first analyze if you have, in terms of private knowledge, if you have skills inside your organization that support your innovation process. If you don't have these, you need to establish the processor name that the last professor, the last speakers told about that. It's a co-competition, a conceptual meaning of terms of competition or cooperation process. You can invite someone on the market in the innovation ecosystem. Suppose you can invite a consultancy firm, you can invite a research lab at the university to support the cooperation or the co-creation knowledge in terms of private versus public knowledge. In this case, in this example, I am saying that you are inviting public knowledge to support your private knowledge and combine for you to develop your knowledge intensive solutions. If you would like to do this, it's possible, of course, because it's been focus on this, but you need to follow 3 principles. Agility, we need to have a time, we need to be very quickly to take the decisions. Then you need to change in the way you are doing for the change you would like to do. Because if you are deciding to apply innovation in your business, you be in mind that you can't continue working at the same way you work. It's impossible. If you are applying innovation, I mean that you would like to be different, to be more competitiveness in terms of business. So if you would like to do this, pay attention. You need to change the way you are thinking and imagining and looking for the future and analyze your vision, analyze your missions, analyze your proposal in terms of business and describe and share with your employees, with your colleagues, wherever you consider your team as a leader, to move for another way to think. So, let's see part of this innovation one step by step now. We have 3 balls, number 1, number 2, and number 3. The 3 balls represent exactly. The first ball with number 1 represents the firms, the second ball represents exactly SMEs, and the last one, ball number 3, or circle number 3, represents, of course, the sector. So, when I say firms, I mean firms as the promoters of interactions with the knowledge-intensive services sector. So, firms, don't forget, the specific kind of enterprise that have an intense solution or knowledge-intensive solutions, or exactly knowledge-intensive to support design solutions, to provide solutions, or to help provide solutions. As example, consultancy, research labs, technological firms, and the others that I will present in the next slides. SMEs as example, of course, the firms, not, but it's exactly an enterprise that invite, that are receiving the process in terms of knowledge creation, knowledge transfer, design and knowledge solutions with private and the public knowledge, and trying to make the innovation happen. So pay attention, keep in mind that all these processes not can transform in innovation all the time. Sometimes you can be innovating your organization. So innovation is not a simple process. Innovation will depend on the culture, will depend on the time, will depend on the opportunity, will depend on the skills, will depend on the process, will depend on the investments, will depend on a lot of things to be innovation happen. Okay? So pay attention, because innovation is not a different. This is so different that you can buy any kind of product in the stores. You need to create your team, your community, your culture for innovation. It's a long vision. It's a long-term vision for your organization, not a short-term for your organization. It's a long-term for your organization. And the last one, interaction, of course, is the relationship with the enterprise in the sector. So, based on the sectors, I will present for you 3 different sectors that you can choose one for you, identify SMEs and invite firms to support SMEs. As I said, now here we have the firms. The main definitions in terms of firm is a profit business, usually formed as a partnership that provides a professional service, such as legal or accounting services. The theory of the firm positive that firms exist to maximize profits. It's the basic definition. But in this case of student innovation model, the firms provide a knowledge-intensive business service. That's the main definitions in terms of firms on the student innovation model. So SMEs, micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, make up 99% in terms of business in the European Union, as I told you. They are responsible for 2 out of 3 jobs in the private sector and contribute more than half of the total added value created by companies in the European Union. Several action programs have been adopted to support, I told you, and I present to you the Small Business Act as the first program, the first funding program in terms of European Commission, exactly in Portugal. And we have another one, European program is based on the Horizon 2020. It's the most famous program in terms of supporting innovations in SMEs in Portugal, and of course not exactly only SMEs, supporting enterprises, different size, but we have specific programs only for SMEs that I focus in the innovation model. Horizon 2020 are finishing, of course, this year because we are in the last 2020 year, and now we have another program, Europe 21-27, that will be focused exactly in technological innovation for SMEs. And another one had a closing program with more on options in terms of funding or in terms of programs to support SMEs based on innovation. Its aim is to increase the competitiveness of SMEs through research and innovation and to make it easier for SMEs to access the finance. So we have 2 principles. If you would like to use the student innovation model according to the European Commission's suggestions or drivers, you need to think that you will invite someone, suppose a research center at the university or university, because you need to have a researcher. Another one, you need to invite any kind of industry in your country, because you need to have a private sector support. And then you can invite another one is specific, of course, a government to support in terms of funds. So we have a government, we have an industry, and we have a university working together for making the innovation happen and contribute for the country to be more competitive. Of course, that I'm saying it's not simple to do. Depending of the country, depending of the policy, depending whatever factors. But I think we need to start. So if you'd like to start, you can invite, suppose, a private company working with a research lab or research center at the university, and another way that you consider important in terms of steps to start using the student innovation model. Another one, we have a sector as a primary, secondary, and tertiary. Example in terms of the primary sector, we have agriculture. In secondary, you have industry, and in tertiary, you have, of course, goods and services. So, I think it's the main slide based on the student innovation model, because here is a kind of panel that you can select with some example. Of course, we have more than information than this slide, but just for create the way you can think in terms of student innovation applications. So based on the model, we have 3 dimensions, as I said to you. We have SMEs, sectors, and firms. So if you'd like to start the student innovation model, my suggestion, of course, you can choose different countries, my suggestion, but if you would like to start, in my opinion, you can looking for the sectors. Of course, have a list on the left here, on the top of the presentation, aeronautic industry, automotive industry, biotechnology, construction, cosmetics, defense, and other ones. We have space sector. It's a specific sector that I'm working here in Portugal in the Nova SE, of School of Business and Economics. I'm working with these innovations in terms of satellites, in terms of Earth observation. I'm working on this sector at this moment. Not using student innovation, using another methodology, but I'm working for a focus on the innovation in terms of space sector. So, bring back to the innovation model. First, you can identify based on the list. The source for identify this list is the European Commission, in this case, because I'm using as the main reference. Then you can identify in inside these sectors what kind of SMEs you consider important to apply in innovation. Suppose you are looking and you are working with the states, in my case, as an example. I can identify one or more one space in terms of SMEs in the space sectors to work in terms of innovation. But for I validate if I'm working exactly with SMEs enterprise, I need to look for these tables exactly on the screen and use this company category, staff headcount, turned up or balance sheet total. For I'm validate if I'm working with a medium size, small or micro enterprise in terms of SMEs. So the first step is you need to look for the list and identify the sector that you would like to work. The second step, you need to move for the SME tables and identify if you are working with the medium size, small, and micro. And the last one, you need to look for the last list in terms of firms. And you need to identify what kind of category you are trying to working with you that will be our providers in terms of knowledge base. So here we have the name ACE. This is a specific organization in France that consider a different kind of codes, skips firms, or a different kind of firms that are providing knowledge-intensive solutions. As an example, you have scientists, engineers, lawyers, and consultants, but based on the list, as you can see, we have from this division 7 to computer and related activities. You have the other list 72.1, 72.2, 72.3 until 72.6. So the list is so big, but now I have a little bit example to explain what is exactly firms in terms of knowledge-intensive solutions provide. So after you decide what is the sector you consider important and decide the SMEs, you can decide what kind of firms that you invite to work with you in terms of solutions that you need to support for your customer. So imagine this case, I'm working with the space sector. I'm a specific startup or SMEs working in the space sector, but I'm working with data processing. So I'd like to be more competitive as SMEs data processing service, so I can invite specific firms that have experts or that have specialized knowledge in terms of data or data activities or data processing. Support me to be more competitive. So that's the idea to use the three dimensions, the first sector, the SMEs, and the firms in terms of sustainable innovation model. So here we have the four steps in terms of the process. We have the first step is knowledge creation, the second knowledge transfer. The one that we have the design, promote the knowledge intensive solutions, and then you apply to validate or not if innovation happen or not. Okay? So pay attention because in my opinion, in my own and honest opinion, as a researcher, as a consultancy, as a professor, I never saw innovation happen without you knowledge creation, knowledge transfer, and or knowledge intensive solutions happen. But I think in the future you can be happy. But at this moment in the past, I never saw. Okay, so I'm saying that innovation happy if we have a culture, innovation happy if we have a process structure, innovation happy if we have skills, innovation can happy, that's the correct way to say. If you create a knowledge, if you transfer knowledge, if you design an intensive solution, and you apply exactly in the customer needs to create a value for your business and of course create a value for your needs. Moving for the next steps, you have here three balls on the left. The first CK is exactly in cultural knowledge, as I present to you. The second is a professional knowledge, and the last one is a technology knowledge. So we have in the other hand, in the right, I have a funnel with knowledge creation, knowledge intensive, and knowledge transfer process that I already presented. We have the three principles: agility, organizational transformation, and mindset. And as an outcome of this process, we have innovation as a result applied to develop performance in terms of SMEs. So between these balls, private knowledge, and that ball, private knowledge, you have the model in the middle. The idea is here, you are connecting the external environment with the internal environment. The funnel represents the SMEs, and the balls here on the left represent the marketing. When we have a lot of different kinds of knowledge available, or firms working with a specific knowledge that you need to provide innovation in your organization. So connecting the marketing with your business, you have the Spin Innovation Model as the option. So you consider cultural knowledge, professional knowledge, and technology knowledge, and you make the steps inside the funnel happen, starting creating knowledge, moving from designing the solution, and then moving for transferring the solutions for your business. But depends on the organization. I already changed this order. I used first knowledge creation, then knowledge transfer, and then knowledge intensive solutions provide. Why? Because some culture in terms of organization consider important. First, you create knowledge, then you transfer all the employees' knowledge, and then invite these employees that receive a new knowledge creation from private and public knowledge, or private and public enterprise, consider important to develop or design the ideations or design the solution. So it's another way to think. When I said for you in the beginning of the presentation that is so important, you will keep in mind the new mindset. That's an example. So if I change the way my organization are thinking, or you will think in the short future, not in the long future, because you not expend a lot of time thinking the way you would like to say, or to think the way you would like to go, or think the way you would like to feel. So we need to do this very, very, very quickly in terms of agility, but we need to think another way in terms of mindset and making the innovation happen in terms of organizational transformation.
Professor Roni, excuse me, Professor Roni.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, your time is up, and we have one question from the audience in here. Can you please sum up your talk, and then we will move on to the question.
Can I conclude only these slides?
Yep. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I will be very fast. So here we have the study funnel with the different, because I added in this process the outcomes of in terms of innovation. The main information to share to conclude my presentation is, when you are designing innovation, you need to be a good reference. I use it on this model, the manual, the Oslo report. Oslo report is a famous report in the world that's considered innovation in terms of products, process, marketing, or organization. So I know that you have a technology innovation, service innovation, and other definitions or the meaning, but in terms of innovation validating of meanings, of definitions, Oslo manual, Oslo report consider only for product, process, marketing, and organization. Product is a tangible things, of course, that you can add a value included service. Process is the way you are working. Market is a marketing in terms of branding, in terms of positions, in terms of relationship with your customer, and organizations is in terms of a business model. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you, Professor Roni, for your wonderful talk. I know that you are one of the leading experts in the spinner education, spinner innovation model. And there is one question from the audience here that wanted to ask you. So in terms of the agility, the agility is one of the important factors that we need to carry on and to have it in this pandemic situation. In terms of the organizational model, how to spark and how to grow the agility in any organization model. It can be in a business company, it can be in a school perhaps, because we have a lot of audiences here who are coming from the school background and probably in the university, because agility is very important thing that we have to improve organization.
Yes, yes. If I understood the correct questions, I think I understood that how can you improve agility in terms of university, in terms of market, because I have a different teams. This is the question, correct?
Yep.
Yes. So, as I told in the presentation, for you creating agility process, or for you taking the decision very quickly, we have some principles in mind. First of all, you need to think that the innovation are not happening in a short time. So, what is I would like to say that for innovation happen, you need to have a good skills, you have to good team, you have to good environments, you have the good intentions, and so on, so on, and so on. So for you have agility in terms of university, you need to work inviting for others departments, others offices to create the base on the spin conception, interdisciplinary approach. So innovations to be more value, more results in terms of solution provided for the customer's needs will be very, very, very competitiveness if you work in design the solutions using different points of views. What I mean, I mean to say that different points of views if you invite different departments or different offices in terms of innovation. I made this on a project. I will give you an example. I'm from the School of Engineers. I study in the School of Management, and I finished my postdoc in the School of Economics. So I have an opportunity to work in study and make research with engineers, with managers, and with economics professionals. This is the three different ways to think. In general, engineers more technique, more focus techniques. Managers is more focused on business, and economics is more focused on the market, on the microeconomic. Manager focus in microeconomics, economics in general focus on the markets, engineers in general focus on the techniques approach. So it's fantastic because I can have contributions in terms of engineers, of course, because I have a good intelligence in terms of design solutions, in terms of solving the problem, in terms of taking decisions. Another one is I had a good contributions in terms of manager, because the managers are looking for the planning, to the KPIs, the executions, to the results, to the costs, and the other things in terms of business, looking for only for business. And economics are looking for the impact of these transformations in terms of the market. So to conclude my answers in terms of the questions, I think you need to design a plan with different labs or different stores or different offices or different departments at the university, and to starting to discussing with the different divisions one problem that you would like to solve or one kind of innovation would you like to try to happen. I'm living this experience in Portugal that I design a new model in terms of innovation in my university. And I'm reviewing our ecosystem, our innovation ecosystem. During this process that I'm doing now, I have some difficulties in terms of agility, in terms of time to make the changes happen. But all the times I be my focus in mind, and I know that people have a different value and people have a different culture. So people have a different way to do, people have a different interest, people have a different behavior. First of all, it's so important to understand why will you promote in terms of change and what are the benefits if this change happen for all the people are integrated on this model. So that's the main thing to do. So I would like to share with you that if the change happen with your contributions, you can receive a benefits for you be one of the contributors in terms of the change. Second step, in my opinion, that I'm living and doing in companies in university is identify a short problem or short challenge and invite the others officers, engineers officer, invite management office, psychology office, communication office, designer office, wherever you consider, and you have not only consider, because sometimes you can consider these skills but you don't have. Based on this opinion, first you need to look for inside your enterprise. Of course, in this case, the enterprise is exactly your university, and you need to identify if you have the skills that you consider important to make the innovation happen. If you don't have in your department, the second step, you are looking for the others department or officers and invite engineers, managers, and wherever you have, and try to start. If you go and stop and look again for your university and not have more skills, I think you can invite other universities and other research centers and other enterprise that can work with you free in general to provide the innovations in terms of solution for your business. So that's the answers and the experience that I'm living at this moment that I can share with you. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you, Professor Roni. So we need to create a healthy ecology, a healthier ecosystem for the innovation to happen. And this one also answer another question, I think, in terms of the difficulty to teach in this COVID-19 era, how to use the best technology. So if we want to have a good teaching and learning to be happening, we need to create an ecology, how we need to think about the ways we need to improve, provide a professional development, provide technology, because in order innovation to happen, it's not only about the material thing, but also about the other factor in that organization. Again, thank you very much, Professor Roni from the Portugal. Thanks for your wonderful and insightful talk. On behalf of the conference committee, I'd like to say thank you and stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm free, I'm available after this meeting, this presentation. If someone would like to use, to know a little bit more about innovations, can send me a message on my Facebook, LinkedIn, or my email, whatever different kind of channel. Thank you for the audience. Congratulations again for this opportunity. Congratulations again for this fantastic and amazing experience in the event. Congratulations for all the professors, research, and the special speakers that dedicate their time to share knowledge with all the audience. And congratulations for all the students. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Professor Roni. We are really grateful to have you here. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. See you.
See you. Bye. Everyone, so for the next session will be continued by our colleagues, by my colleague Vina Dairi Suraya, who will be moderating the next two sessions. Vina, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Agus. Hello, everyone. It's getting later, but it's getting more interesting, I think. So we have two more speakers, and now we have Muhammad Abdul Karim. Mr. Abdul Karim, are you here? Hello? Mr. Muhammad Abdul Karim. So he is from Chihan University, Erbil, Iraq. And he'll talk about... Hi. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dear sister, I'm hearing you because the house just now was closed.
Hello, Professor. Hello, Mr. Abdul Karim. So today we will talk about teaching and learning education transformation framework in COVID-19 era, isn't it?
Yes.
It sounds very
okay.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum again. Thank you
sorry, Mr. Abdul Karim, I think your connection is not working properly.
constable conference. Sorry. Hello.
Hello, I'm sorry. It seems that your network is not working properly. Would you mind checking it? Yeah, it's kind of like freezing. It's hot in Indonesia though, but it's like the video is freezing. Yeah. Maybe. Okay, again, thank you very much for coming to this wonderful conference. Although it's only virtually, but I'm very pleased having so many of you coming here from many countries. We have like from Egypt and then from Nigeria. I'm sorry if I pronounce things very differently from the way it should be pronounced. Nigeria, Egypt, we have from India too. Thank you very much. And so many friends from Indonesia. So many names that I'm actually know. It's such a pleasure to host this event for you all, especially in this kind of pandemics. Okay, let's try to call Mr. Abdul Karim. Mr. Abdul Karim, is your connection okay now? Is Mr. Abdul Karim, is your connection
Yes.
okay? Okay.
Yes. Sorry for this problem. As usual, we have this
It's okay,
problems
it's
always.
okay. Internet is always like that. Okay, then you may continue, please.
Okay, please. Can I share my screen?
Okay. Yep. I think it should be working now. Oh, maybe you could turn off your video, your camera. So yeah, you
inshallah.
just share your screen. Maybe it will help a little bit.
Allow me to do that.
Yeah, it should be working, I hope. For everyone who have questions, please do write it on the chat box because we are reading it and we will ask the questions for you. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Maybe okay. Maybe Mr. Abdul Karim, you could like turn off your camera so only the screen you share. Oh. Okay. Okay. Then next. Sudah siap? Ready? Okay. I think because like there's some problems happening with Mr. Abdul Karim. I'm really sorry about that. Let us move to the next speaker. We have D.N. Joshi from Kathmandu University School of Education, Nepal. And the talk will be titled Addressing Learning Differences. One Size Never Fits All. I like this title, One Size Never Fits All. Joshi, are you there?
Oh, yes, yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, I'm good.
Okay, cool.
Hope you're doing well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you so much. Wonderful gathering, a kind of assemblies here. So the intellectual assembly always leads me, to share the things, because the academicians are made for the sharing and caring, and this is what we have been doing here around. And thanks to the university and thanks to the beautiful people of Indonesia, they have been here, they have been assembled here for this particular intellectual holy gathering, I could say. Thank you so much. And today I'll be just sharing on the topic addressing learning differences. One size never fits all. And this topic, I'll not be introducing myself because I'll be introducing more on the topic. So here I'll be basically presenting on two things: the concept of this topic, and then what were the research findings. I amalgamated both terms, the concept plus research findings, because I felt earlier that this presenters, or I mean the participants, may feel sometimes boring if we just go for presenting the research findings only. That's why some concept clarification along with the research findings I'll be presenting here. Okay, let me begin like this. I have some questions for the participants. I think chat box is open for you. And in chat box, you can write your answers. I want to see the interactive participation of all the participants here. So my first question to you people is either you write yes or no for the first question. Do we have the same learning potential, or what kind have you ever have you found the same types of students, learning ability students in the classroom? This question is for you, and the chat box is open. So can you answer me in this? Do we have the same learning potential? So what can you say? I just want to see in chat box, and I just want to see your interactive participation as well. Yes, please. Very good. Okay, no. Okay, no. Okay, Abdurram, no. Okay, Benitang, no. Okay, Nadia, no. Great, great. No. Okay, I think no. Okay, Rofi. Great. Others? Come on. Yes? Yes? No. Arif, no. Shweta, no. Okay, Noriyati, no. Ika, no. No. Okay, Zulfa, no. Okay, great. Great, no. Wow. So everybody says. Now, again, second question I'll go for. Thank you so much for your active participation. And if you will have any queries in the middle also, you can raise your hand, and I would like to request our hosts to unmute them if they raise their hand in the middle also. They can answer me. So second question to you all is, what about the need and interest? Need and interest. Do you think the needs and interest of the students and the level of the students are same or similar? What do you think? Again, the second question to you. Please write your answer in the chat box. I'll be just looking after it. Okay, different, great, different, great. Okay, I think different, great. Randa, okay, I don't think so. Great, different. Saita, yes. Saita Sharma from India, I think, different. Great, yes. Naida, okay, different. Okay, Dr. Hala, okay, no, East break is different. Great, absolutely different. Wow. Okay, others? Great, it must be different. Okay, different each person. Different, sir. Great. Okay. All right. Mahmoud, okay, different. All right, Arif, different. Zulfa, different. Great. Okay, I may not be able to pronounce your names correct. I'm sorry for that. All right. Anyway, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, if you're saying so, I have also heard the same thing. Great. Again, the answers I'm getting. Again, I'm getting the answers. Great. Different. Of course. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much to all. Now, I have heard one term. As I said earlier, different. Everyone is different here. Even the quality of the milk kept in the same pot is different. So undoubtedly, no doubt, the students are different. Their learning needs are different. Their learning level is different. But in the classroom, can you imagine in the classroom what happened in our case? In many cases, in general cases, what happened? This sort of reality is there. We cannot hide from it. See what students say. One student say, I can't learn the way my teacher teaches. Okay, might be there are typos. I'm sorry for that. Can't, there is a apostrophe missing. Another student says, my teacher lectures well, but monotonous. Another student says, I can't catch as my friend do. And another student says, my teacher is too slow in teaching. Now, the students, because of these students, the teacher is feeling, am I a successfully unsuccessful teacher? This is what his feeling will be. So it's a job. where we need to satisfy all the students. We need to satisfy all the students' needs, interest, and what they want. And even we need to find out their, the proximal zone of proximal development as well. This is what we have to do. Otherwise, the students, one is fast. The last one, if we see in the right hand side, that is the fast learner. And other learners having the different sort of learning style or learning interest, possibly. Because of that, they are questioning upon the teacher that I can't learn the way my teacher teaches. My teacher lectures well, but monotonous. I can't catch as my friend do. And the fast student says, and the student who learns faster, he says, my teacher is too slow in teaching. This is the condition. So I don't think anyone wishes to become successfully unsuccessful teacher. Everyone wishes to become successfully successful teacher, undoubtedly. That's why this question needs to be, eradicated. This question needs to be researched, rehearsed, and interpreted well, and get to the conclusion as well. Okay, now let me go for the other slide. See now, those students in the earlier slide, one says I can't teach my teacher. Another one student says my teacher is too slow. Other says he teaches well, but I'm not able to comprehend well. It means what happened? It indicates that there are different learning styles. And before we teach to our students, what we have to do is we need to understand the learning styles of students. We need to have, we need to just gauge upon the prior educational experiences of our students, learning needs, what are their learning needs, what about the readiness level of our students, how they are, we need to evaluate it. This is what we have to do. Why we have to do this all? Based upon the first and the second slide, what you can know is, classroom is like a magic of multiplicity, where the different colors are there, different sort of students are there. They learn differently. They have different needs, they have different interests, everything different. So this magic of multiplicity needs to be addressed well. And to address it, what I feel is we are still in this phase. We are still in this phase. I have brought this concept from the Paulo Freire, where he has talked about the banking model of education. And we have the students as the conduit of banking system, where students are as a container, and we try to just keep our dust on that. I mean, the dust here is the knowledge, container is the students. Why I'm saying it? Because without understanding the students, without reading the students' need and interest, we always try to give, deliver the knowledge to them. I think we are not delivering the knowledge there. We are depositing the knowledge there. Students have passive role there. Teachers, teachers are only having the dominant role. They are all in all. And if the classroom is silent and the students are silent listener there, and that class is called the best class for the teachers, still this sort of tendency has been practiced around us. It has been done. So see now, so it's my own pick of Kathmandu University, where I have been teaching to my students. I have just kept here, and the students are there. I'm in a center. Me as a teacher has epistemological authority. I am all in the classroom. I have been just dictating my students. In fact, I'm not teaching them. I'm imposing them. So what do you think? The way we one-sidedly deliver the content to our students, that is taught or imposed? What's your answer? Again, let me ask you. If we just go on talking, and students listening passively, it's like a parrot learning and parrot teaching. So what do you think? That's taught or imposed? May I see your chat box again? Is it taught or imposed? What do you think? Taught or... Thank you. One size fits all. Thank you. Impose. Great. Nadia. Great. Impose. Others, please hurry up. I'm for you. So you need to answer. Yes. Impose. If teachers just go on teaching, if the teachers just go on delivering the content around, students are passively listening, is that taught or imposed? That's impose. Great, Mohammed. Okay, great, great. Okay, Rafi. Yeah, Shoko teacher center. Great. Okay, Hamal link for. Okay, others impose. Okay, Bintan. Okay, Dr. Hala. Okay, engage students in learning process. Okay, okay. All right, impose, impose. So thank you so much. You are saying impose. Everyone is saying impose, of course. Now, what you are then? Are you a teacher or pedagogue or educator then? There's a difference between teacher, pedagogue, and the student educator as well. Teacher just teaches. Don't be teacher, I say. Never be a teacher. Even pedagogue also just go beyond the teaching, not more than that. Please never be a teacher. Never be a pedagogue. I always ask my friends to be a educator because educator teaches and learns, and then he shares the knowledge, and here the interaction delves into the depth of the students where the critical thinking creative activities go on, and they insight on their lives as well based on that. This is what the reason. This is what the reason. Thank you so much, Nadia. Wonderful comment from your side. Thank you. So I wish we all would become educator, not a teacher, neither a teacher nor a pedagogue. Let's become educator. Thank you so much. So the difference, this addressing learning differences, I have been focusing on that only. All right, thank you. Now let me go for the other side then. Okay, now two models are there for the addressing learning differences. There are two models. One is the universal design of teaching, learning, and next one is the retrofit design of teaching and learning. All right. Okay, now what is this? What is this? For example, our moderator is there who just introduced me earlier. Moderator's house has already been built. I don't know her name, that's why I'm telling moderator. So her house has been already built, and now moderator enters inside, but the door is not that much wider to enter inside. That's what she does. When she's not able to enter inside, she again retrofit that door and then enters inside. That's the retrofit model. After evaluating, after we get if we get any sort of weakness, we go to the retrofit model. But in universal design, what do? We first understand the things, we read those things, reread those things, insight onto those things, delve into the depth of those things. Then after understanding detail, I mean the students, after understanding the students' needs, label, interest, everything, we plan for how to teach them, how to address their differences, their needs, and then only we teach. That is the universal design. That is the universal design. And in red model, what do? We first teach, then we go for the evaluation. And if students is not able to get anything well, then only we give some sort of remedial teaching, remedial task. So which model do you prefer? Universal design or retrofit model? Okay, Smriti Fatima raised her hand. Please, can you unmute her? She will ask question. Okay, Smriti Fatima, yes. Can you unmute her?
Siti Fatima, you may unmute yourself. It's okay.
Yes. Okay, one of the friend, was raising her hand, so I did. Anyway, okay, interaction is important. Great, great. Okay, retrofit model is good. Okay, you are thinking retrofit is good. Okay, retrofit good. Others, which method do you think is better? Which model do you think is better? Universal design, first we have to understand the students, then we have to plan our teaching according to our understanding of our students, then only we have to teach under the universal design. In retrofit model, what do? First we build the house. If we are not able to enter inside the house, then what do? We again reset the door and enter inside. So which one do you think is better? Universal design of teaching is better or retrofit model is better? Write down your answers here. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Nazla, okay, retrofit. Again, retrofit. Okay, retrofit. Retrofit. Shrita, retrofit. Okay, Trian, retrofit. Okay, retrofit. Okay, retrofit. All right. Universal design. Wow. Randa, 1% I got. Universal design. Great. Always do best for students' skill. Great. Nadia, retrofit. Okay. Others. Okay, retrofit. Retrofit. Okay. Thank you. Now, one thing I'm saying before you, thank you so much for answering these all things. Again, I'm saying, before you start teaching your students, what do you think is better? Do you have to first teach and then understand students, or first understand the students and then plan for teaching? Which one is better? Because the first understand students, then only plan for teaching according to their need and interest. That's what universal design says. Retrofit says first teach. That is the old method. That's the old one. So which one do you think is better? Now, please, have you changed your mind now? Okay, first understand the more students. Okay, thank you. Now you mean to say that it's universal design better. Thank you, Rofi. Understanding the student first. Thank you, universal design. This is what you call the universal design. Great. Others? Which one? Others? Now what do you say? Those who answered me retrofit better, now what do you say? Universal design better or retrofit better now? Okay, retrofit, no. Okay, universal design. Understand student first means, okay, that's a universal. That's a universal design. Now universal design. Great. So always I expect from we educators to follow the universal design. Okay, Dr. Nazila, IT is based on understanding. Okay, that's a universal design. Great. Understand students first. Great. Okay, Ray. Okay, start Ray. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I always expect we all to follow the universal design of teaching, not the retrofit model of teaching. Thank you. Again, I'm getting the answer. I'll be waiting for your questions again and we'll answer. Now, how can we address the differences of students? To address the differences of students, we need to bring the differentiation in three things: content differentiation, process differentiation, and product differentiation. Three things we have to do: content differentiation, process differentiation, and product differentiation. Yeah, the content means what you are going to teach. That's the content. You can bring differentiation in content as well. You know how? For example, in your university, there are the students who are, who love to learn, or same chapter you are teaching, and the students of different level are there. What you can do is that some students feel better in reading, going to the library. Let's send them. Some students feel, some students are very, a bit poor in case of grammar. Let's ask them to find out, the grammatical, use of past tense in that particular story. They will do that work. Other students who are beyond the average level, who are better at that, let's give them the task of analyzing the text. So that is what we call the content differentiation. That is what we call the content differentiation. What we teach, the same content can be taught differently to the different students based on their needs and interests. This is what I mean to say. Okay, again, someone is writing, I'm looking for you. Wow. Great. Okay, retrofit may start in teaching. Okay, now we will talk about it finally, Dr. Nazla. Okay, now let me talk about the process then. Now, process means how it is. Here, the process differentiation. To address the learning differences, process differentiation is also one of the paramount important, components. Process means how it is. Now, I said process. Process means specific, the way we teach in the classroom. Different level of students, different need, different interest, different level of readiness. All right. Now, what you can do is that we can have the different sort of process for them. How, for example, you understand the students. You categorize those students in the different labels. After categorizing those students in the different label, what we do is, we have already understood, we design the task for each group differently. We can just keep in them one group, similar students we can keep in one group, and other similar group in other one, different group in other, let me say, like this we group them. And based on their label, their interest, we can give the different sort of tasks to them. Likewise, the Howard Gardner's multiple intelligence you might have heard of, yes? So the students have different level of understanding as well. Once I happened to read the Chanakya Niti in one of the Hindu philosophy, there was one sloka in Sanskrit, Munde Munde Matiri Bhinna Kunde Kunde Navapaya. It means each mind is different. Everyone is different there. So we can understand them and design the task based on their label as well. That is what we call the process. Now, product means evaluation. Product means it's a part of assessment. Now, students, some students are better in dramatization. Some are better in storytelling. Some are better in writing. Some are better in parroting as well, others also. So what we can do with the evaluation system, if we just go for the paper pencil evaluation, we are doing unfairness with our students. We cannot judge our students within the 3 hours paper pencil test, and we cannot determine the future of our students with the help of the 3-hour paper pencil test. So if the students are good at writing, let's evaluate them with the help of writing, with the writing task. If they are good at dramatization, let's ask them to perform what they have learned. If they are good at speaking, let's evaluate them, asking them the question, content taught, and they can deliberately speak well. So this way we can also evaluate them. So we have to evaluate these 3 things: content, process, and product. All right. Okay. If you have any query, feel free to ask the questions. You are amazing people. Thank you. Now, let me go for a little bit of my research, what I did on that. My research was, qualitative research, where the philosophical considerations were there. Philosophical considerations, there was the ontology, epistemology, and the axiology, 3 parts were there. Ontology here refers to the reality. For the qualitative researcher like me, realities are multiple, because each teacher has different ideas, each teacher has different feeling, each teacher has different philosophy. That's why reality is multiple, and knowledge is subjective. Knowledge is not objective. We are not from the science background, we are from the social background, and qualitative researcher always says knowledge is not a single, and what I say, that's not correct. What everyone says, that's correct. Everyone, whatever they say, that's correct. So knowledge is subjective. So ontology, epistemology, and the axiology, value also I followed there. And I did the narrative inquiry there. And I have written my research from first to last in the story form, where I collected the data from the 3 teachers, just collected the data from the 3 teachers, and I have built the research of 245 pages around with the 450 references there. So this is what you can do. And in analysis part, what I did was, I categorized my analysis theme onto 3 categories. First one is based on the research questions I did it. First one is understanding the learning differences, where I found these teachers understanding the learning differences when they enter the classroom, the way students see it, even talking outside the classroom, they understand their students, even going beyond the classroom, informal, formal chit-chat also, they can understand their students. This is what they do. There are various ways of understanding the students. Even some poor students, some students who do not prefer to learn well, they sit behind the class, let me say, they become the backbencher as well. Some good students, they just sit in front of the classroom also. So there are various ways of visioning or envisioning the students around. We can envision the students like that. And after understanding the students, second theme I have was creating conducive learning atmosphere for the classroom, where they the one typical problem I felt was gender difference there. Gender difference with the girls were more shy in nature. Even one of the students named Silas. The Silas was very he could not speak well also. Students used to laugh with him in the classroom as well. And gradually I trained him, and the students like Silas, he was able to speak smoothly well later on. And he went to Britain later, and after 2 years, when I was giving lecture in the Galaxy School of Kathmandu, he came there with one of the watch. And I asked him to introduce yourself, and he said, I am Silas. Now I have become Silas. So see now, students, we can change the students, understanding them. Silas becomes Silas. because of the teacher's understanding of him and dealing with him according to his problem. This is what I did. So creating conducive environment I went through, and then I just went through what sort of specific pedagogical strategies I used in addressing learning differences. This is what I did there. Okay, let me just proceed further. Now, how can we do it? I'll not be telling more about that, don't worry. Now, theoretical part over. Let me go for what sort of activities we can go for. After understanding the students, what you can do is, first stage, identify the key concept of the skill. We can give the task like this based on the student's level. For example, identify the key concepts or skill. What students understand, know or be or able to know. You need to identify the students first of all. Then what you do is think about the students, use the assessment to determine the readiness level of the students, their learning profile and interest. Then what you do is you create an activity based on the level of learners, and that activity should be from the higher level to the lower level. Those students who learn slow, you give them some less challenging tasks, and those students who learn better or who are a bit better in case of learning in the classroom, in well competition, they can be given the challenging task in the classroom. And those who are better than the best, we can give them some abstract concept to analyze as well in the classroom. So devise the task, devise the skills based on their level. This is what we can do in the classroom. All right. Okay, so let me proceed further. Likewise, the flexible grouping also we can create in the classroom. Flexible grouping here means, okay, I'm about to complete. I'll not give you more time. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, so okay, I'm ending it. So flexible grouping, what you do is, initially we just go for the whole group instruction, and after having the whole group instruction, then we divide the group for practice, division of the students in the different groups based on their labels, and then we just arrange them, but never be the rigid in arranging students in the classroom. Flexibility in teaching is necessary. Rigidity is not good. Even though I always, oppose the lesson planning also, because we go with a certain plan. When I enter the classroom, students are not interested in learning that. Immediately, I will have to change my mind and teach different way. So flexible planning is better. Rigid planning is not good. This is what I mean to say. Okay, so in this way, we can go for the flexible grouping as well. I'm ending it. I'll not go more for that now. So this sort of activities we can go for the higher level and lower level strategies like this. Higher level strategies are tired lesson, flexible grouping, think tech toy, multiple intelligence options. These all you can go for. And the lower level strategies are reading and study buddies, anchor activities, think, pair and share, choice of books we can give to the students. They can read that, and interest survey also we can go for, and questioning. So these are the different levels of different strategies, label-based strategies are these. So I'm about to end, and let me conclude like that. What I have found in our context in the Nepal, despite the fact that the English language teachers in Nepal embark on shifting from one-size-fits-all concept to differentiated instruction, they are struggling to implement the core belief of DI, differentiated instruction, into action due to primarily to the lack of differentiated instruction-friendly educational policy, lack of educational policies, large class situation, workload and proper training. Although the mindset of the teachers regarding the DI, I mean the differentiated instruction, has changed to a greater extent, especially in the urban area where most of the teachers have access to the current research in this field, still they need to work on the universal design of teaching. That is, in targeting all the learners. To this end, research-based knowledge on content process in the product is essential. This is what my crux of this presentation. So what do you do? I have one question. Queries I will ask for. So this is the end of my slides as well. Let's respect the differences of the students. Let's teach them, not impose them. This is what I mean to say. Thank you so much. Any queries? Now the floor is open.
Thank you, Josie. It's very wonderful. Like I really love the magic of multiplicity when there's so many people in the classrooms and so many things will happen. That's so good. So here I have a questions. I think I'll just take two questions from the participants. The first one is asking about how you handle the variability in the classroom, especially in a big classroom. And I think I'll go for the second question also, how to design such a, what is it, such a not fit for all learning in this
Okay.
COVID-19 especially, because it's distant learning, sometimes it's kind of difficult
Yeah,
to understand.
yeah, I got it. Now, wonderful question, but the answers, questions are always greater than answers. So your questions are greater, no doubt. And every big thing starts from very simple thing. Let me give you answer like this. How to design, you were saying earlier. Very simple answer. What Newton did. Newton did nothing. He discovered third law of motion just watching the tiny, apple falling from the tree. So before you start teaching, what you do is think yourself, rethink yourself. Before we turn the pages of dictionary, why don't you turn the pages of our body part so that we start learning from ourselves? So what I mean to say is that design the parts, everything after understanding the students, because if you understand your students' label, what they are interested in, where they are lacking, what they should be given, what is the zone of proximal development for them, yes, or in the terms of Stephen Krashen, we can say O plus 1. Yes, we can go for that also. 0 plus 1, we can go like that also. So first read them, and if you understand their problems, you can design the task differently for different learners in the same classroom within the same time. But need to understand what the problems of your students are. For example, if your students are not good in writing, what you can do is that you can ask them to read the text and write it. Or if they are not able to write, if your students are 8th grader, 9th grader, 10th grader, and they are not able to write an essay on my country well, what you do is then give them to write an essay on my family, my brother, my room. If they are even not able to learn like that, what you can do is in a room there are windows, trees, pen, and AC, everything. You give them words and tell them to write. Give them feedback and design the same in the same way. You can design the task for others as well, other students as well. I think so. Others also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So observing and understanding, those are the keys. Thank you very much, Josie. Do you have any final comments for us?
I know many questions are there. Thank you so much, guys. You have really, I'm in sky now. Trillion million award. Trillion billion award I'm getting here now. Thank you so much. I have a question now. I don't know who is that. I have a question, Professor Josie. How to avoid imposing students in online learning during pandemic, COVID-19? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
really sorry. There's
Now,
so
the
many
thing is that-
questions. It can be more interesting. However, like the time is like coming soon. So I'm really sorry that I
Let
have
me
to
give
cut
answer.
you now, Josie.
It will be injustice. Final answer, one line.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Well, thing. Now, listen me. Now the technology is not in our hand. We are in the hand of technology. All right. So you need to learn how to use technology and design the task. For example, Zoom you are using. There's a system of creating the groups. You can create the groups also. If you have Zoom there, you can see breakout rooms are there. In breakout rooms, what you can do you can divide the students in the different groups and assign the task and like that. So many more ways are there. Thank you. Very short answer.
Okay, perfect. Zoom, yeah. Technology is actually in our hand. That's very cool. Thank you very much, Josie. I hope you're healthy, safe there, and good luck for your next endeavor.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Thank you. See you. Nice
Thank
to
you.
see
Thank you, wonderful people. Thank you.
Thank you. So we move on again because we have one speaker left. Mr. Abdul Karim, is your connection okay now?
Yeah, I hope so. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. It sounds better now. Thank you.
Sorry, I switched my laptop and the network, so I tried my best to solve the problem.
Yeah, it looks good now. So it's the floor yours. Thank you.
Okay, please allow me to share my screen.
We are working on it.
Please, the host disable the
Yeah,
screen
we are working
sharing.
on it. For those who have questions, please write down in the chat box, and I will choose the questions for Mr. Abdul Karim to answer.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. I am Muhammad Abdul Karim, Master of Business Administration from Malaysia, originally from Iraq. Today I'm happy and glad to be with you on this great conference. Sorry for the problem that I got in the disabled network and connection. Today I'm going to present my topic, which is teaching and learning education transformation framework in the COVID-19 era. So for the introduction, helping students achieve their potential by taking a student-centered approach to explore all the aspects of teaching and learning, like curriculums, assessment devices, and spaces, which we will come and explain in details in the next slides. Imagine a classroom where students are excited to come in and engage with their peers and make learning their own, like a classroom where the curriculum keeps up with each learner, not the other way around. And also a classroom where every student works with real-world tools that will solve tomorrow's problems. Also the classrooms where educators curriculums is guided by the direct needs of each student and their experience in and out of the classrooms. So here will be ensure students are prepared for the future with the latest teaching and learning. This framework can achieve learning objectives like engage students learning with instruction, a great proactive intervention systems for the students who are falling behind, and build workforce ready skills with the students. Imagine flexible learning spaces lead by the needs of each student, not the space in the classrooms. Sorry. Here, the four contents of the framework for our topic, which are the student-centered learning, the curriculum assessment, and the devices for learning, and the last one, which is learning spaces, and we will talk about it, which one in short details. For number one, which are student-centered learning. To create a pedagogy inclusive of teaching and learning practices that are project and competency-based or collaborative and require students to own their learning. A student-centered learning environment are ones in each systems are structures are intervention designed in ways that promote student learning. Here we are going to talk about some views on ways and, like for example, platforms that we experience it through the global education process, like for example the Microsoft technology, one of the tools of created to amplify students' voice, like Flipgrid, one of the how to say, frameworks platforms that from Canada that provide for e-learning and enable the connection between interaction between the lecturer, teachers, and the students. Here, Flipgrid enables students to share also their thoughts and ideas in a safe space. It creates a sense of community when being in classrooms is not possible, like the situation when we experienced last few months until now, which is the COVID-19 pandemic. So the teachers can use the Flipgrid to enhance reading comprehensive and speech development learning in their classrooms. Also, the school as attempt to reach each student and support their diversity of needs. In Canada, to Microsoft learning tools. This is the second, for example, and also when we talk about the gaming, which is Minecraft. We have part of it which is education. For example, in Ireland, SOT interactive, also interdisciplinary ways to bring this team into history, like technology classes. Also worked with educators and the educational technology companies like Impressive Minds to develop the Vikings curriculum for Minecraft Education Edition, like we mentioned. So here we use Minecraft for interdisciplinary, what we call STEAM learning, helps prepare the student to solve a problem creatively, collaboratively, and also with, of course, the technology. We have some principles of student-centered learning. We should also focus on these principles, like positive relationships, the positive identity, and the foundation needs meet the students' ownership and agency and the real-world relevance. Also, we have the competency-based anytime and anywhere. So here, the education involving these principles to attributes as a key to students' learning. Instead of students being in the receivers of knowledge grades by the adults, the school systems should be redesigned to allow for a much greater focus on what students like and what they have, like for each student unique, including their interest, needs, culture, learning styles, experience, and challenges. Yeah, sorry, I didn't pass. Number 2, which is curriculum and assessment. New forms of curriculum, whether the project-based, personalized, or competency-driven, require new tools to access, customize, and access to progress for each student. The students is blended learning condition exists student in the traditional classroom environment. So here, simplify the implementation technology into blended learning conditions will not necessarily affect positive result. So here, the schools must continually ensure their pedagogical beliefs align with their technical efforts. Also, in the if we talk the second of the first rule for technology related to the actual content being delivered, digital technologies help to reshape our expectation of the curriculum that is being offered from the, for example, if it's compulsory from the Ministry of Higher Education or the country or only the university or the schools. While number 3, which is offer students, devices for learning. Here with the students should offer, like for example, multimodal learning through voice and touch, digital ability to retain information, generate new ideas, and use real devices that we want to explain. For example, learning about selecting devices that provide superior value and support for learning. Usually for the educator, depend on the devices. It's not compulsory. For example, the infrastructure in Iraq or Indonesia is depend on the culture, the income, and the city that we are living with our student. So here, the students which live in the city are different than which are living in the villages, and of course the infrastructure also different for providing the learning for this student during the pandemic era. So a device can either greatly to enhance or seriously undermine student learning. It makes sense that different subjects and students require different interfaces. For example, if we have scientific subjects which include or need like laboratories for making the practical and experiments to learn in their subject more and more. Like here, the freedom to teach the way they want and empower students to achieve more while simulating learning through exploitation. Nowadays, because the using of mobile phones is the new norm, affecting everything from devices, students, teachers, and staff use the application and data they access. Here we can use the websites, the platforms through our application which upload and apply to our mobile phones or tabs or other devices that we call the mobility. It is easier to use it. Here researchers spend years trying to understand the impact of pen versus the keywords input, include like I said, the mobile or the laptop, and it is connection to the student's ability to learn. Last one for this content or factor, getting the funding and choosing the right device is the first hurdle or difficult thing for the students, because our students, they are not all very rich or considered the medium level. Some students are poor, their family, they cannot fund or buy modern device to provide the devices for them. So here the hurdle is how to keep all of the devices updated and running at their optimal level. Number 4, which is the learning spaces. Here, the schools or the universities can improve the positive impact of digital technology with the physical learning spaces that are more flexible, collaborative, equitable, and healthy and inspiring, like we know through the pandemic. Teachers can let their lesson plans drive the classroom setup instead of the other way around. So here to learning environment, technical and digital specification must be delivered alongside qualitative consideration, which begins with defining the quality physical learning environment in terms of student requirements, age groups, social needs, usability and safety regulations, and then the continually measuring and analyzing the results. Here, for the clear expectation on where things go is important. Even in the middle or high school or universities, system must be in a place in a visually uncluttered space that minimize distraction and maximize the opportunities to move and explore. Due to the current world condition, because of the pandemic, schools need to rely more and more to remote learning when schools cannot be open and universities also cannot be open. Here, the schools and universities can build collaborative classrooms in the website or the platforms and create personalized assignments, assessment for every learner, for example, using the. Thank you for your listening. That's all what I have for today. Thank you again. If you have any question, I am happy to answer it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Karim. Thanks God,
Thank you.
your connection is now very good. That's I can learn a lot now.
Thank you. I just want to move the camera, please.
Yeah, here I have one question in terms of how to create an interactive and engaged grouping during a distant learning, especially because it will be more difficult than the face-to-face one. So how to make sure that the group making groupings or giving the materials is interactive enough for the student?
Okay, thank you for your question. It's a great question. Usually, we say this depends on the lecturer or the teacher himself or herself. He should have more, how to say, skills to how to make the student interest to attend this classes online, and it's not only following this structure of the subject, only the how to say the system. You need to create something, make something creative, okay, to make their student attract to interact with their subject and want to learn more through the e-learning or the platforms. For example, my university, we are using the Moodle website to provide e-learning. Actually, now we make, like we say, alongside or alignment in the campus and online. 2 days in the university and 3 days online. We have 2 types of online hangout meet, for example, to make face-to-face classes, and also in the model to provide also the resources for this class or this title in this subject, like PDF or the ebooks, and others depend on the subject that every lecturer needs to provide for his students.
Okay. Yeah, various devices now are available, and I think it's important. It's so true that I think it's important to make sure that everyone can facilitate the students in different ways. That's very well. I know that I really love the presentation here that you say about making a new, it's COVID-19 making all the teachers, lecturers have to be more creative and innovative. We have to start from the scratch again, from the curriculum again, and then choosing learning devices. And I think that's the most difficult one because we have to learn again.
Yes, like we mentioned, like one of the universities, for example, or schools use the game, okay, Minecraft, okay, which has this part education edition. So here the student usually you can see our families. We have all small brothers, sisters, our sons, daughters. They are using the mobile phones, the devices. So here through the gaming, so we can attract the student to learn a new thing. Okay, some for example, some subject it is not depend on the game. So we should make a new how to say, a new way, innovative, like you mentioned, and creative way to make them interest to attend this learning classes through this platform and websites because of course the pandemic until it's finished, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Karim. Do you have any final comment? Because like it's almost Maghrib time
Thank
here.
you again. I am glad to be here, and special thanks for education and teacher training faculty in the UIN Walisongo Semarang, and special thanks for the whole organizer and committees and our great teams and colleagues that present previously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Plenary session 1A. I would like to send my gratitude for Professor Haji Abdurrahman Masoud, PhD, Jim Baker, Professor Ali Quora, Judy Thomas, Professor Dr. Roni Figueiredo, Mohammed Abdul Karim, and D.N. Josie for such amazing presentations. I hope that all of us can learn here from home within this pandemic. I know it's very sad. We cannot like having fun outside, but I hope we all can learn from today's presentation. And thank you for accompanying. Thank you very much for accompanying us today. We have 2 more days going on, and all the schedules have been posted. Please do check again. See you tomorrow. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For the participants, we have 1 more photo sessions here to end for the day. So please turn on your camera, everyone's camera. Thank you very much for all the participants here all over the world. Thank you for joining us in Jakarta time. It's almost Maghrib here. I don't know what time's there, but like I hope everyone's having a great day. I hope everyone's camera is on. Thank you very much. Nadia, Sofa, Mohsin. Let's take a picture together.